Just doing done. Oh, we're live. Okay, sorry. Do you want me to go just open it and then you'll?
Yeah, oh, talk, you talk.
Yes.
Please.
Good morning. We're calling the Finance Committee meeting to order. Please note for the record, the Alderwoman Chair just walked in. We're going to give her a minute to catch her breath. Alderwoman Finlayson, Alderwoman Tierney are here. First order is approval of the agenda.
I move approval of the agenda.
No, we actually need to amend the agenda to add SA 3324.
Okay, that's what's going on. Okay, great. I move that we approve the amended agenda to add SA 33-24.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Approval of the minutes from the May 1st meeting.
Approve of minutes from 5/1/24.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Madam
Yes.
Acting Chair.
When
yeah.
you're ready to.
Oh, no, if you indulge me, if you could just, I'm full of Novocaine right now. So if you could indulge me and run the meeting until break, is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
So we have before us SA 3324, the Office of Emergency Management Urban Area Security Initiative, a URASI grant. Good morning.
Good morning, Finance Committee. Thank you for having us this morning.
Would you identify yourself and then give us a little bit of background about this essay?
Yes, ma'am. Dave Mandel, Deputy Director of the Office of Emergency Management. Good morning. I'm here with Taylor Vaughn to my left. She's our grants coordinator. And here, as you know, with the Office of Emergency Management, we try to grab every last bit of public safety money that we possibly can. At any time money becomes available at the last minute, we raise our hands and try to take advantage of the opportunity. And that's exactly why we're here to see you this morning. Taylor Vaughn will give you all the details in terms of what we're looking at.
As he said, my name is Taylor Vaughn. I'm the grants coordinator for the Office of Emergency Management. We learned about some additional funding that another jurisdiction was willing to give up because they didn't spend in time. So the grant that we're looking at is the 21 UASI grant, which expired at the end of April. And we have an extension until the end of May to spend $11,672. We already have expenses identified for this money because it will go towards our grant funded positions. So we'll just reimburse the salaries for those. It doesn't have a match. And I think that's pretty much everything. Do you guys have any questions for us about it?
Any questions from the committee?
No.
There is no match, I think I heard you say.
Correct.
And this money just became available yesterday?
We got the initial call 2 days ago.
2 days ago, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we confirmed the amounts yesterday, and so we put out information to the finance department to see how fast we could get it out so that we could spend it in time.
Well, clearly you're on it, so thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve or give a favorable recommendation to SA 33.
I will make that motion. Favorable recommendation, SA 3324.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Quick work.
And keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
did we finish?
I think we should just plow through because everybody's done, right? I mean, everybody's entered stuff or?
Yep.
Yeah, so you think we could do it that way? First one
So,
that we haven't
Did
done?
we finish, we were talking about, we finished the law department.
Okay.
I'm going back to the beginning.
Yeah. Oh, right, the beginning.
Fire department is completed. Recreation parks is completed. Mayor's office completed. Office of Emergency Management is complete. Transportation. Okay, so can we start with transportation then? Alderwoman O'Neill?
Yes. For transportation, for good news, I have hired a new parking coordinator. That will alleviate Director Moore from the day-to-day worries of working with the parking contractors, and it allows a person to focus in on that so he can better able manage the rest of the department. That happened actually in this year, but it will be funded for next in FY '25. The FY '24 predictions for the parking revenue were accurate. I know that we had a lot of questions about whether we were making the correct assumptions as far as how much revenue the new garage was going to bring in. And we were told by Office of Finance that predictions were pretty much on par. So we are seeing revenue from that. Another good news item from transportation was they were able to purchase 6 small buses for microtransit, the pilot. Safety and security, the director reported the drivers have very low accident rate. It's 0.01% for their buses. All buses are operating with working lifts and ramps, and all buses have functioning video surveillance apparatus. The department is also in full compliance with the FTA and MDOT MTA requirements. So the Federal Transit Authority, the Maryland Department of Transportation, and the Maryland Transport Authority, all of those requirements they've fully met, which keeps us in good standing with the state and federal rules and policies. Federal Transport Administration? Transport Administration, I believe is correct. Maybe it's Transportation Administration. Do we have any questions about good news?
I do. I don't know who I am today.
I'm sorry, Alderwoman O'Neill.
Fine.
were you-
Tierney?
Is it because it's such an interest to the public? And the benchmark was 95%, it's management response to complaints were within 2 days, and met 100% performance measure. I don't know if that's worth saying. I'm not sure how to say it.
Their customer service is A-OK?
Actually exceeded benchmark.
Can you speak up into the mic?
Oh,
And
okay, sorry.
you'd like to add?
I would like to add that they exceeded the benchmark in responding to customers' complaints within 2 days. How's that? Is that good?
Yeah,
Okay.
that works.
So are we saying that we improved
Oh, shouldn't I?
department response to community concerns?
I don't know if that is improved. They
They-
surpassed their benchmark.
Yeah, just.
Okay.
Yeah, that they surpassed their benchmark in responding. I don't know if you want to type while I'm talking or something. Surpassed their benchmark in responding to customer complaints within 2 days. Is that said okay to understand? I mean, that's.
Customer complaints
Customer complaints.
within 2 days. That's good news. Anything else on good news?
No, I don't.
Okay. Moving on to challenges. One of the challenges that Director Moore pointed out was that 42% of our transit riders do travel outside of the city. So in looking at routes and microtransit options and whatnot, that just became a challenge, that it's something that they will have to look at for the future as they're looking at routes, best practices, and transit services. Balancing two different parking contractors and the nuances of new parking structures, gateless garage, changing meter times, residential parking, especially in District 1 and 2. That should say, and residential parking, especially in Districts 1 and 2. Budget does not include bus replacement funds. As the buses start to age, we are going to be looking at needing to replace those funds in the coming years. They have a challenge in addressing the state grant reduction to the transportation fund, and we're looking at ways to overcome that. And then FY26 faces $2 to $2.6 million shortfall, and the council will need to address the shortfall, whether raising rates, exploring dynamic pricing models,
That's
or
excellent.
other
I
options.
think that's excellent. I think that's well said. The last one. Is that number correct, Jody?
I'm sorry. You mean the,
Are you okay with the 2.2.6?
2.6.
Can you ask the question, Karma?
Shortfall.
The ARPA was the 1.9, wasn't it?
The ARPA that we're using this year is 1.9. What I took notes on from Director Moore was that in 2026, there's a $2 to $2.6 million shortfall.
In 2026.
Correct.
Projecting into the second year.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think that they're anticipating they're going to need to, not only will their regular expenses increase, but they may have some capital needs in that year, and they won't get, right now, they don't think they're getting the funding from the state. If you remember the 1.9 million of ARPA funds, when we sat here at the meeting, we realized that we may not need to give them that much. Katie, what was that amount that they told us?
Approximately $600 will come back.
When we were here, I estimated $600,000. It was not correct. When he finally got the amount from the state, the difference was,
It's a little bit less than 400,000.
yeah.
So do we want to say there's a potential shortfall? I mean,
No, there is going to be a shortfall.
I'm
Instead
talking
of,
about the amount, though.
yes, so 1.9, we won't need to send that much ARPA. It's that number less
For FY25.
for FY '25. For FY '26, there's still an issue. It's just not as big of an issue.
So it's not the $2 to $2.6 million shortfall?
No, it would be that less. What we're hoping is $400,000, so 2.2.
Okay, so $2 to $2.2 million shortfall
In 2026.
in 2026.
Okay, yeah.
Can you make that change, please, Kaylin? The last bullet point, FY26 faces a $2 to $2.2 million shortfall. Thank you. So my suggestion that I just wrote in there, raise rates or explore dynamic pricing models, as that's what Director Moore said that they would most likely be doing to try to address that shortfall.
Alderwoman Tierney?
To that point, I think, I don't know if you went on to this. Okay. To that point, can we make a recommendation that the new parking coordinator is focused on optimizing revenue, but by incorporating dynamic pricing models?
I have a, yes,
So can we say encourage the new parking coordinator or something to direct the new parking coordinator to focus on
Yeah.
optimizing revenue.
I have two questions about that. One is that something that we need to address in fees?
Not yet. I mean,
In FY '26, we'll have to address it in fees?
yeah, he would have to get on board and look at that. I would suggest look at it citywide. You know, the theory there is pricing downtown would be more than out. Give him time to establish that, and then it would be, it would come before the city council, I think, anytime during the year if we were to raise rates, right?
Yes, you could always update your fee resolution during the year.
Yeah,
Okay.
And I would,
we could add that maybe.
you're talking about timing. We would need
know.
that information by December of 2024. So when we're developing the 2026 budget, we have that knowledge of what the fees are going to be, and we can build the appropriate budget. So any task force or any analysis of fees would have to be finished within.
Alderwoman Tierney, what was the rest of your statement, if you look at what's
By
written?
incorporating dynamic pricing principles.
Or models, which is
Yeah,
what was
whatever-
used
whatever,
above.
Yeah, and submit to finance by budget input deadline.
Well, you're encouraging them to focus, but then you're kind of requiring that they submit to the finance committee
Because that's what she just,
um,
no, finance.
budget implications.
Yeah, Jody needs
I would
that.
just say in time for budget development.
Perfect.
So, Carson,
Great.
okay, so encourage the new parking coordinator to focus on optimizing revenue by incorporating dynamic pricing models in time to impact the budget process? I thought that's what I just heard Ms. Dickinson say.
She said in time for budget development.
So that they can submit, so just put so before they, so they can submit.
Yeah,
I don't
that
know.
would be fine.
So Kaylin put so before they. Does that make a sentence?
I did.
Okay. Does it get a bullet? That's a bullet, right?
Yeah, it does need a bullet. I have a question about the new position in parking, which is the pedestrian coordinator. As at the time that the transportation presentation was before us, we did not have the job description for that. To my knowledge, we still do not have the job description for that. Is that correct, Budget Manager Connolly?
The parking position? You said? The parking
Yes.
enforcement manager?
No, we have the parking. We were told that there's a new position being formed that's the pedestrian coordinator.
It's transportation.
That's what we're talking about, transportation.
I'm sorry, I thought you said parking. I'm with
sorry.
you.
Sorry.
It's, to my knowledge, we don't have a job description yet, but I'll defer to the city
Malinow?
manager.
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. There's a draft that went to the HR Director and is being reviewed by our Class and Compensation group. I don't think there's a final yet.
Okay.
I haven't, in fact, I know there isn't because I haven't heard, and it was, I don't know, maybe a week or so ago that we forwarded the draft.
Do we have any idea what that position entails as far as the transportation department? Because that's an added position in the transportation
Let
department.
me see if I can bring up.
I'm just curious as how it falls into their goals and,
I think the summary is really more just alternative transportation modes would be the approach, whether it's pedestrian, cycling, and outreach to the community on both, and then helping to develop the infrastructure, or the proposals for the infrastructure. But let me see if I can find what we have in draft, and let me see.
I was trying to decide whether it fits into our good news portion of the Finance Committee's report, as far as we're allocating funds for a position that's going to help in alternative transportation, assist in alternative, creating an alternative transportation plan. That would be the only other thing I would add to this section.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I can go offline and see if the HR director can forward it to me again, and I can read to you all if you want to proceed. I know I have it somewhere, but it's just not coming up right away.
Mr. Melanoff, is it in the department's org chart already? I know it's in the mayor's budget.
I don't believe it is. Because of the,
I mean, the org chart we have in our budget
Right.
books is a brief one, but I thought there was a more detailed one.
I don't know if they had one in their presentation or not. This one is too brief for individuals.
let me see. It went to PRM 7 days ago, and if you don't mind, maybe I can read at least the preamble title to you, or how would you want to handle it? It says the city of Annapolis is engaged in a green transition to achieve greater sustainability and resilience in the face of climate change. This includes a comprehensive plan to expand alternative green transportation that includes safe pedestrian and biking infrastructure, as well as sustainable electric micromobility options such as e-bikes, e-scooters, and e-trolleys. The city is committed to this plan as part of our commitment to the environmental justice and moral imperative to mitigate climate impacts that will disproportionately affect underrepresented and underserved communities. Local jurisdictions have limited, this is the summary component, local jurisdictions have limited power to address the drivers of climate change, but one step within our power is to encourage and support residents to move away from reliance on fossil fuels. The city of Annapolis is actively engaged in advocacy, planning, and capital improvement projects and other strategies to achieve this goal, including a dedicated bike, pedestrian, and micromobility coordinator position in the Department of Transportation. The person in this position is responsible for driving community and stakeholder engagement and project implementation related to the city's microtransit initiatives, including interagency and interdepartmental program development and coordination of the city's bike and pedestrian initiatives to support multimodal and environmental sustainability practices for the city of Annapolis. Now, this was the draft job summary, and was sent to our consultant a week ago, as I mentioned. So it could change somewhat, but that's the vision associated with it.
But it would be safe to say that as a good news to the transportation department, we could add that adding the position of pedestrian coordinator will help the department better focus on green transportation
Absolutely.
initiatives.
Yeah, it's called bike, at least the title that's here was bike and pedestrian, bike, pedestrian, and micro mobility coordinator.
Okay. Kaylin, are you able to add
So
that bullet
that's one
point,
bullet
please?
under good news.
Under good news. the
Alderwoman
last-
Tierney, would you repeat, I'm sorry, O'Neill, would you repeat the bullet?
By the addition of the parking coordinator position, allows the Transportation Department to focus on green transportation initiatives, including green transportation initiatives, including enhanced bikeways. I think he said,
What, could you repeat the name of the position, Mr. Malinar?
it's parking coordinator.
Pedestrian coordinator.
Pedestrian coordinator, sorry. I keep saying parking.
Pedestrian coordinator?
Yes, pedestrian coordinator.
It is,
That's what it's listed in our staffing summary.
right, in the, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to your report as well. In the, we're internally reviewing it and wanted feedback from the mayor's office. So with their feedback, the draft that was sent calls it bike, pedestrian, and micro mobility coordinator.
Great. So it will include enhanced bikeways, pedestrian paths, and micro transit initiatives.
Question, looking,
Alderwoman Tierney?
I forgot to mention this, if 42% of transit riders travel outside of the city, what's the therefore then? What's the impact? I should know what that means. I mean, they're traveling outside. What is the challenge there that they, unless I'm missing something? I mean, unless it's more, but.
The challenge is, as we are looking at our routes, reassessing specific routes in this city, to know that almost half of the riders are actually seeking transportation outside of the city. Therefore, it's a challenge as we, we're facing shortfalls where, so I know it could be elaborated on. Yeah.
Are you
Perhaps.
trying to say that the city provides transportation for 42% of our residents who work outside of the city or travel
No,
outside of the city?
I'm saying if a city resident gets on a bus at the Eastport Shopping Center, 42% of, maybe not at the Eastport Shopping Center, 42% of our riders are ultimately going outside of the city. And how do we address those changing needs?
So the city does provide transportation for city residents to travel outside of the city.
The
what
farthest
that
outside
says.
of the city is to the Annapolis Mall, in which case they are transferring and going elsewhere. So it's a challenge as we look at our routes and address the needs of, like, for instance, microtransit.
I don't mean to harp on it, but in weighing traffic routes, maybe rephrase it, in weighing traffic routes, we need to consider. In weighing traffic routes, yeah. We need to consider that 42% of riders,
In weighing traffic routes, we need to take into consideration that 42% of our riders are going outside of the city.
yeah, that makes it understood more. I didn't know what you were trying to say, if it was a loss of revenue or something like that. I'm sorry, I'm talking soft. Hi, Julian.
Well, that's right, Madeline's here this morning. But that doesn't speak to what the issue is. And the issue, I believe, is the fact that we're paying for transit for our city residents to go where they need to go outside of the city? Is it just about the routes, or is it about the cost of the service?
I think it's about both and more. As we have a group, our transportation board is really pushing the free transit initiative. We're facing shortfalls in transit, and we need to take into consideration that perhaps there's other partnerships that we really should be exploring and enhancing, because 40% of our riders are going outside of the city, or trying to go outside of the city.
Okay, Alderwoman O'Neill, or Tierney, does that cover what you were concerned about?
Yeah, I think that generally speaking, it addresses traffic routes, so,
Okay.
yeah, we have to consider that. Yeah, it makes a little bit more sense, it's a lot.
Okay, I have one question about the 2 to 2.2 million shortfall. Is that transit or transportation? I have a feeling it's transit. Is that
So
right?
there's, what's the difference? We have a
Well,
transportation,
transportation is including parking.
oh, okay.
Transit
So
is the bus service.
it's transit.
Okay, that's what I,
Yeah, we call the transit operations are in the transportation fund. That's why I was confused. And we have a parking fund, but if you're looking at transportation overall and there's transit and parking, it's transit, not parking. Parking,
it is the
parking
short-
always provides extra revenue, and we use a lot of that to subsidize transit.
so I think it should be clear that we're talking about the shortfall is in transit.
Yes, and I would say transit operations.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fiscal, just simply say, the fiscal year 26 transportation fund.
No, we're talking this bullet.
Yeah.
FY '26
Six.
faces a 2.2
Yeah, just
million.
insert-
Transit shortfall.
Right, so insert.
That's what she just put in transit. What more? I mean, what else do you want?
No, we need to be specific about which fund is addressing the shortfall. So, I would suggest inserting after fiscal year 26, the fiscal year 26 transportation fund faces a da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. That's all, just specify where that shortfall is fund-wise, because that's what's important, fiscal year. So after fiscal year 26, insert transportation fund.
The transportation fund. What's that?
We had to put the then before fiscal year 26. Yeah, and that's where the shortfall is, therefore, then it's reimbursed by the parking fund.
I just want it to be clear that it's transit that's creating the shortfall.
Yeah, and inserting transit is fine, but the shortfall is addressing the transportation fund.
Okay. All right, I have one other recommendation.
So we just need to change, I'm sorry, before you go on, excuse me, because there was some changes at the end of that sentence. We'll need to address shortfall all.
Transit stays. Yeah,
So, and council will need to address shortfall by,
do we need those examples or options, or?
we can take them out. And we can say, we'll
Well, we
need to
say-
address the shortfall.
Yeah, we say it in the recommendation, or
Yeah.
we say it in the recommendation more specifically, so just period after shortfall.
Yeah,
If I may, perhaps you may want to title this section Transportation and Parking Fund, since you're discussing both funds instead of just transportation, because the first thing that we mentioned, or that was mentioned, is hired a new parking coordinator, which is in the parking.
I see. In last year's report, we separated out parking and transit.
Okay.
This year, I lumped them all together.
Well, budget does. Why do we say, can we say Department of Transportation? Is it like it does in the budget book?
It's two separate funds.
Oh, I know, but just for headers.
So if you're saying that the Department of Transportation includes both funds, yes, you could head it up as the Department of Transportation, and then have subsections for parking and transportation fund.
I think, well, you lump them together. I don't know if you want to go through that. That's how he presented it. I mean, I would just, yeah.
I lump them together to
It's
be as brief as possible.
right, but it's an integral relationship. You know, it's like a closed loop system. I don't know, maybe that's the Novocaine. But they're very interrelated.
Yes.
Yeah, so just Department of.
I think as long as each bulleted item addresses which fund we're talking about, I think we'll be okay.
I do too.
Okay, I do have another, whether it's a challenge or should go under recommendations. But he mentioned the fact that we don't have defibrillators on all of our vehicles. So we can list that as a challenge, or we can make that as a recommendation to pursue funding.
We've provided
And I
funding for
see
those.
Ms. Connolly,
We provided
Manager
funding for those in the budget.
all of them, because you said there was, that we didn't have enough for all of them. I mean, that was my note from his presentation, but if we have one for every vehicle,
That I'm not sure we're sure of. We'll have to clear it with him to make sure that what we've got in there, we'll put them on every bus. And maybe that he's trying to do them in portions, and he's gonna do them over a few years, so we'll check.
so maybe to assure that all vehicles, because I remember him saying they'd have to move them from one vehicle to another. So would we put that as a challenge? Do we want to make a recommendation to make sure that there are defibrillators on all of our vehicles?
Yeah, right, it's that we don't have to have a number to it today, right? We bullet recommendations, right?
Well,
Yeah, okay, so the second bullet
yeah.
would be support that each bus has a defibrillator, or,
Encourage the availability of defibrillators for all vehicles.
yes, there you go.
Availability of defibrillators for all vehicles. Okay, is that it for the Department of Transportation?
Yeah, I'm good. What about you, Alderman O'Neill?
I'm good.
You're good?
Okay, so the next one is Planning and Zoning, Alderwoman O'Neill.
Great. For good news, I said new director hired in fall of FY24. I thought that was very good news. Weekly expedited project approval program improves permit approval time. So the Planning and Zoning Office is open for project meetings, giving space for project managers, city staff, architects, and contractors to meet, which is something that people have been asking for, the public. Increased customer service experience by adding dynamic build plans review. I took this from his report. Is resulting in quicker revisions, offering use of office computers to complete applications. So the increased customer service was two-part. It was adding dynamic build plans review and offering use of office computers for people to complete applications with a staff member. Mm-hmm. And director is establishing a partnership with the county in order to borrow inspectors when the city inspectors are not available, for instance, sick leave or vacation. Will keep active projects moving forward without unexpected delays.
Alderwoman Tierney?
In that vein, I would add, I know some staff exited, but he did hire, or in the budget is another senior planner, and that will alleviate the potential bottleneck in review time. What's the sentence there? Hired,
Alderwoman, is that in the current budget or
It
the
is.
24 budget?
it's in, hired in this budget, or included a new a senior planner.
In the FY '25 budget?
Yes. And so what is that to alleviate, what do I want to say there? You know, I mean, they've.
Do we need to say more
To
than
expedite,
included?
to expedite review time, that's what it does. To expedite review, project review time. Is that good?
Okay, we're not doing parallel structures, I'll go on to the challenges.
Challenges were need additional personnel to manage grants, which was one of the comments that Director Jakubiak made. A challenge was it is necessary for the department to reevaluate the fee structure to ensure it's in line with costs and services. The public perception of the office, they're working on creating a more user-friendly platform with more person-to-person contact, which he is working to address in our good news. And department taking on oversight of the Annapolis Film Festival is a challenge. I saw it as a challenge only as what is the oversight, and I put a question there whether a standing operating procedures has been created for that.
Is that accurate that we are taking on oversight of the Annapolis Film Festival?
Well, it's in their department budget, so I assume there was some type of oversight. Do they just operate
I
under
think it's
that?
just a partnership, but it's not an oversight.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Michael Malinoff, City Manager. The idea, they provide grants for various organizations through them that are economic development in nature. So beyond that, I don't see any role. And previously it had been in our community grants award, and it just didn't seem like an appropriate fit.
Right. I guess I was going off the notes saying that they were struggling with having enough personnel to manage grants, and now there's another grant in there.
Those are different types. The grants he was talking about were the ones associated with what Eric Lashinsky's doing for mobility and the city dock, things like that. This is more through economic development, and I haven't even when I was there and now received any feedback that they're having any problems with that.
Okay, I apologize for the confusion, that I was confusing the two, that he was worried about the necessity for additional personnel since there were new grants under his.
Yeah.
So could we, do we need to say anything about the film festival?
Nope, we'll take it off.
Yeah, I remember him speaking to it as an economic initiative. Best place to put it then, yeah.
All right. I took the liberty to add two committee recommendations we can discuss. One was adding a contract part-time staff to manage the short-term rental program, and also continuing to seek ways to enhance customer service satisfaction.
I don't think, may I? I don't think we can ignore the fact for a challenge, the HACA re-inspections has taken an enormous amount of time away from other tasks. You do, right? I mean, right?
Mr. Malinoff?
Madam Chair, Michael Malinoff, it might be prudent to talk about, he's creating a dedicated, taking an inspector and dedicating that person to HECA in those inspections. And he is looking for some manner of redoing of the job description associated with it. So you may want to revisit it in that vein.
So could we say the department is being reorganized to create a dedicated position
Yes.
to address the needs of HACA inspections?
Yes, in fact, we met
That's good news.
yesterday, the day before, and he sent an email to me, and I might
That
even-
is good news.
Yeah,
That's
let's-
not a
Yeah,
challenge.
put it up to
Yeah,
good news.
yeah, I know you just,
might have
Okay.
information for you.
it's being reorganized to address the needs of HACA inspections. Is that, Mr. Malinoff?
It's
accurate?
called Inspector Supervisor for Housing, and that's the position he's looking to take an existing position and reconstitute it into a HACA dedicated
So should we say the department is reorganized to create the position of, what was it?
reorganize an existing position to create, and this is how he worded it, was Inspector Supervisor for Housing Inspections. In this particular one is for HACA. So I don't know how to phrase it exactly off the top of my head, but that's what he asked for. It's taking an existing,
It's Inspector Supervisor,
So the
Housing.
for housing
position,
inspections for HACA.
so we have the position now, is it being elevated to an inspector supervisor?
Exactly. And
focus.
it's got to go through Tricia and again, the rewrite process. But yes, it's taking an existing inspector, promoting that individual to that position and having it dedicated to that purpose.
Then why don't we say a dedicated position to addressing HACAs instead
Department's
of
being
going
reorganized
into
to
all of
create.
the, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Me. I don't want to sound like a lawyer, but we got to be careful what we say here, just to make sure that it's very accurate, because this is all within the consent decree, so you're okay with it?
Yes, and
Creating it, I mean.
it's actually exceeding the
Just
consent
checking.
decree.
Okay, cool.
Because that's where Denise's position was, which is just a liaison kind of position to HACA, and that's been done. This is in addition to.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said I sound like a lawyer.
So the department is being reorganized to dedicate an existing position.
And instead of the.
No, dedicating an existing position of inspector supervisor for housing, take out inspections, I think.
To instead of, an existing position to inspector,
Of,
The computer corrected me when I put two.
okay,
to dedicate an existing position to a inspector supervisor for HACA. Okay, existing position to inspector supervisor for HACA. Yeah, I think that's good.
I don't think that's quite accurate, but
Oh, well then what?
department's being reorganized to dedicate an existing position to inspector supervisor for housing. You know, we are just wordsmithing this.
Maybe it should be
absolute
create an
death.
existing
Um,
instead of dedicate.
Well, it's not misunderstood that we're adding a position. He's dedicating an existing position To
It
focus
says we're
on,
reorganized to dedicate an existing position
correct,
to
to HACA.
HACA. Yeah, take out inspector supervisor. You know, initially I said to addressing HACA's needs, but just to HACA is fine. We know what it is.
Maybe say inspections, because that's really. what
Yeah.
it is. HACA
I would say HACA
inspections.
housing
to-
inspections.
Address HACA inspections. I mean, that's what it does.
Yeah, period.
To address HACA inspections. Period.
Sorry about that. Did I bring that up?
Yes.
Yeah, that's, can't
fine.
ignore that. Okay.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, is there anything else under challenges? The third bullet, you know, I prefer to do it from a more positive. We created a more, well, the challenge is creating a more user-friendly platform with more person-to-person contact.
So just take out the public perception.
I would, yeah.
Okay.
Rephrase that for Caitlin.
And just start with creating, what are the challenges of creating a more user-friendly. And we're good with the two recommendations, no other recommendations.
Any other recommendations?
No, I'm all for the first one.
Tie the director to his chair so he can't leave. Just kidding.
Oh, that one? No, oh. Chris?
Okay,
Chris. He's doing so much good work.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I think he was sick the other day.
I'm not suggesting violence.
No. Yeah, I think.
Okay.
so we're finished with planning and zoning?
Check.
Yep, check.
Okay, law we've done.
Oh, as a side
Yes,
activity, I'm just writing for Caitlin, not just format issues as we go, like, I know, like, you know, titles underlined and adding a thing. Check consistency. Consistency with the paragraph intro in the department. Sometimes we add a paragraph, that's fine, but just make sure it's format. I'm writing this to help you, just and have it in front of you, if you're gonna be checking the format at the end of the report, and then just, you know, add periods after the sentences.
Okay.
Yeah, and then consistent spacing, just as a guideline, because I know when I was typing, I'm like, did we say the good news, or did we just say good news? You know? Thank you. All right.
okay, the next one is ITS.
Yeah,
That was one I did.
yeah, so this is an
And
example.
and I couldn't do the spacing. I tried to single space it, point 1.0, and I couldn't get it. It did the bulleted list, but it did not do the paragraph at the top, so I knew that Caitlin would
I
pick
think
that
it
up.
was because we were in it together or something. I think it was acting weird because I saw that you were in it the same time I was, and I'm like,
Well, I was doing mine. I don't know what you were doing, but I
but
could.
it was just, I couldn't.
But she's, you can see now, she's able to
Yeah,
eliminate
yeah,
the spacing.
Yeah, I just wonder if it gets confused.
Yeah. So, anyway, so I did begin with the paragraph. Integrated Technology Services Division is dedicated to delivering high-quality, technology-based services in the most cost-effective manner while providing excellent customer service to all city staff. And under the good news, they have 4 Munis models implemented by city departments or offices. 3 departments deployed new software. GIS Open Data Portal has gone live, making a plethora of geographic information publicly available. 12,764 website hits to access the GIS data. Go Sean. 7 servers were virtualized. and 85 hours of citywide security training completed. And this came directly from their presentation. And then their challenges, transitioning alcohol beverage licenses and short-term rental licenses to EnerGov. And second, still remediating content posted to the website to make it ADA compliant.
Oh, good.
So those were the two challenges they listed. And then under recommendations, in addition to pursuing the long-term goals listed, they encourage further development of the integrated city and county GIS into a shared environment for an improved citizen and business experience. And that could be worded much more succinctly. Recommendation to encourage the development of the integrated city-county system is what I should have written. So we can take out the first everything before the we.
Sorry, I was there.
Okay, take out the first phrase up to the comma. We encourage further development of the integrated city-county GIS. Alderwoman Tierney, you had something you wanted to add?
Alderman O'Neill was ahead of me.
I just wanted to ask that we do the same with Munis and GIS that we do with the other acronyms.
Oh, God, what is it? I don't know what it is.
What do you, I'm not clear what your question is.
As Joe Public, does Joe Public know what Munis stands for?
Oh, okay, so we want to write out what Munis stands for, what GIS stands for.
Correct.
I don't think we need to write out ADA. Munis is not an acronym?
Munis is maybe an acronym, I'm not sure, but when we refer to it, it's always Munis, and it's Tyler Technology Product. It probably originally stood for something, but now we call it Munis. That's an IT question.
So could we simply write Munis, comma, and what you just said? It's
Tyler Technology.
Tyler Technology.
It's the company that is supporting Munis.
Okay, so for Munis models, comma, Tyler Technologies, implemented by city departments.
And I'd suggest that if you're going to do a lot of this, you may want IT to look at it before you finalize, to make sure we didn't say anything wrong.
The whiz kid over here has already found that it is an acronym, and she has it.
All right.
So, thank you.
Okay.
And GIS, we should all know what that is, but we don't.
Oh.
Alderwoman Tierney?
Okay. For a recommendation, and I may need help from Budget Manager Connolly, because we've been chatting about this for the last 2 years, I strongly recommend that we reevaluate I don't know what the word is, so that the other departments get charged for the software the software help they get, so it is not all borne in his department. So we just, and I wrote an email to Brian, and I think he's very receptive to that, and also the city manager. So how should I say that? Explore?
Finance Director Dickinson.
Yeah.
Can I clarify whether you're talking about charging a technology fee to outside service users, customers, to pay an additional fee when they use city services?
Well, those
Or are you talking about ITS creating a fee that they charge to other departments?
No, I think that whoever, the first one, the four.
Yes. So I recall that the most applicable situation is planning and zoning there.
Yes.
And
Mr. Malinoff, could you help?
Yeah.
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. The recommendation I made in response to your email was called an information technology fee, and the city of Alexandria uses that at their Alexandria Permit Center, and it's a 5% fee dedicated for permits and certificates, dedicated, using like Energov and frankly paying for it. So that's where you can actually
So-
collect that fee based on the cost of the service provided, because most of you don't use it, and that's the whole idea of a user fee.
Okay. Explore a technology fee. I'm in
Under
recommendation.
IT, yes, yeah.
Help me out
under
with this, just to keep it really general and simple, city manager. Explore a technology fee to distribute respective.
Do we want to say explore technology fee for whom? To whom is this fee going to be applicable?
The first thing you said, Director Dickinson, it was,
Is it for outside agencies?
Outside developers or citizens that are coming to us.
Madam, you need to be talking to a mic.
Could you speak into a mic, please?
Speak to me.
We only have one mic in here.
And that's okay, I can
See
move
if
that.
one of those other mics
That's
will work.
okay, Caitlin, I'll get it in a second. We moved it over there earlier for OEM. The citizens and developers that come to planning and zoning for permits, attaching a fee to every transaction to help cover the cost of the IT systems that those customers use.
Stop right there. Attach a fee for customers who access our
Permitting,
permitting, and you said something else, fees, but you go ahead.
well, okay. Sorry, I want you to interrupt one of my
I
thoughts.
know, I'm
It's gone.
sorry. I
It's
was trying to capture what you
I
said, 'cause that
can't-
was great.
Yeah, no, it's me, it's my head, my brain. So attach the technology fee to the permitting costs, because I think there's permit fees and other fees they're collecting, so I don't want to just say permit fees. Collected by IT to cover the cost of the technology that we implement to serve them.
Is it that we provide to cover the cost of the technology that we provide to them?
how about this? Explore, start from the beginning, because it doesn't make sense. Oh, I know, you got everything, yeah, I know.
Well, explore technology to attach a fee.
Well, that's not really correct. It's explore implementation of a technology fee.
Implementation of a technology fee
To assign or to reallocate
to allocate
IT services to the respective user.
to allocate the cost of technology services
Okay,
to the end,
to the end user.
yeah, to the end, to the
No, don't say citizen,
customer.
to the customer. How's that? Do you see it?
Oh, no, my thing went to sleep. There are just a few software products that we support that are being used to interact with customers. The only other one right now that comes to mind is Civic Rec, that Rec and Parks uses as a registration system. That's another one.
That's the problem, is that we need to just simply add the word, and this is because it's going to get more, explore implementation of a technology fee to allocate the cost of expanded IT services, because he's doing their software is increasing, and it's, he can't
Yes.
continue to absorb this cost.
The reason that I'm clarifying Civic Rec and
Does that make sense?
Energov and Civic Rec is, and anything that we used for short-term rentals is because some of our software, Munis requires a lot of their support, but that IT system serves us. It doesn't directly serve customers outside the city. So adding a technology fee to that wouldn't be applicable because we'd just be paying it to ourselves.
Okay. Change the word allocate to distribute the cost, not like you've got that cost. It's, yeah. That's more like it.
So any technology fee, we'd want to direct at
Yeah.
software products that are directly serving, that are an interface with citizens.
Okay, that's just,
So is it expanded services?
yeah.
That was my question. Is
Yeah.
it expanded beyond what we normally are doing? Is this additions to?
It continually expands according to Brian. Technology, there's all new toys out there.
Thought Brian was going.
So I just wanted to qualify IT services as expanded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Dickinson? is that
Yeah,
good?
no, I agree. It's always expanding, and the issue right now is their resources and their ability to keep up with everything that we're
Yeah.
doing, including a new Energov and upgrades to Munis and
Yeah.
everything that goes along with that. Upgrades to Civic Rec, that's taking a lot of their time.
And for
So can we change it to expanding IT services as opposed to expanded? That would be past.
Oh,
We
right,
want
English
to
is-
go forward, so expanding IT services.
perfect.
Okay.
And for the record, Brian is really receptive to doing.
Maybe supporting.
So, I'm sorry, say that again, where?
No, we're done.
No, Mr. Malinoff is at it.
Yeah, I think the language might be better served if you use supporting IT services, because basically what you're doing is
Instead of
creating a
expanding.
user fee for people that are using that particular.
No.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Oh, you're saying, I thought it was instead of explore.
Well, you don't necessarily need to expand,
Yeah.
but you need to support. And support entails
Oh, I supporting
Buying.
IT services, okay.
expanding, using, updating. So that's kind of a generic phrase that you could use to cover the whole.
Supporting IT services, bingo bango. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's it for IT, Finlayson done. Moving on to the Finance Department. Alderwoman Tierney, I think that was yours.
Yeah, you know how we add a paragraph sometimes? I thought it was necessary to explain, because this is always asked, I don't know if I used a smaller font there, but as you know, in the Finance Department budget, it is just as I say here, it is a placeholder for quote, non-allocated funds. And because they cannot be allocated to other departments, and it's, debt service, community grants, which, contributes to everything, that's a cut and paste, so I don't think I want to change it.
Could we remove the word note at the beginning? I don't think we
Oh,
want to
yeah.
begin our paragraph.
Yeah, so what I'm qualifying here is that those are not addressed in my review of the Finance Department budget. For example, community grants is elsewhere. Contingency, we talked about in the law office, what they're moving around. Okay, so, do you agree? It's just because when you even look at the pie chart, you're like, what is that Finance Department doing? They've expanded.
Right.
So on to good news. Is there a small a after Moody's? Is it Moody's?
That's the way they do it.
Okay.
That's their second highest rating.
Okay. That's worth stating. Second one is the internal audit. Let me just make sure. Reported that the department met all GAAP principles without any corrective action needed.
So I wouldn't call it an internal audit. It's actually an external audit
Oh, okay.
from an independent auditor. So
Okay, thank you. Thank you. This is And then this was, okay, because of the additional staff, oh boy, I need help with English here. What I'm trying to say here is because of the additional staff, the ACFR, for the first time, was done, met the deadline, or she's shaking her head.
No, it was not. If you call about a deadline, it did not meet the deadline. It was faster than last year.
Yeah,
We should try to get this thing out by the end of the calendar year.
but you even spoke to it in your presentation.
Yeah, we got it out earlier. And
Okay.
every year it's been, when I first came in, we got it out at the end of January. It's been up and down. Then we had COVID, which made it
Yeah,
worse. And
just delete, how about if we just delete met the deadline? You know, it was just a really good news that you had someone entirely focused on that. Is that a correct?
Yeah, I would just say you could improve the development and issuance of the ACFR.
Okay.
Well, I'm telling, what I'm writing here is additional staff allowed the completion of the CAFR in a timely fashion. Now, do you want something more specific?
What did you like, what?
I don't know what the definition of a timely fashion,
Yeah,
for me,
well,
a timely fashion would have been to meet a deadline.
Yeah,
Well, because we still didn't meet the deadline. We
More
got new
time,
staff.
you could say more timely.
Okay, in a more timely fashion? I'm just
No,
trying to
it's
give it a
whatever
general
she said.
term that is inclusive. So in a more timely fashion?
Yeah, but I wouldn't use the word fashion.
You just said fashion.
No, I just said more timely.
How about expeditious completion?
Yes, more expeditious
Okay, additional
completion.
staff allow the expeditious, insert the word expeditious before completion? Oh, or whatever, add the word expeditious.
A more expeditious what? I can't
Completion.
spell expeditious.
Additional staff allowed more expeditious completion of the ACFR.
Perfect, you have to back up now, yeah. ACFR, we need to spell out.
Can we just, are you on the next bullet now? Or you-
Director Dickinson, can you tell us what ASFR stands for?
ACFR.
Annual Comprehensive Financial Report.
Instead of comprehensive.
I'm still calling it the CAFR. I know it's not the CAFR anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you. The way I understood this next good news.
Financial.
The way I understood the next good news is that you had the departments directly input into open.gov. I thought that, and that was, right?
OpenGov, yes.
OpenGov, yeah, we improved the city's budget process by utilizing OpenGov for departmental budget entry. Yeah, that's okay.
Can we just begin with improve this?
Yeah, I didn't, yeah. Yeah. We hear this for challenges. Among challenges is managing the department's workload in, which was a year of, was it significant? I don't know.
So I would remove in a year of, I would say managing the department's workload with continuing significant turnover. And recruitment, and, let's see.
And you forget the word, okay.
So it's competitive recruit. Good.
I want to say it's difficult,
You had used the word
I want to say that there's a more competitive market.
in a competitive, in a competitive,
Job market.
job market, that's the word we're looking for. Bingo, bingo. My mouth is coming back.
because this didn't just start. This has been since the beginning of COVID. It's really difficult since COVID to recruit accountants. They're just not studying accounting in college, and there's fewer accounting majors coming out of college, and the population is decreasing of those with those skills, so.
Okay, going down to your recommendation?
Oh, I
Are we
wanted to
good
say
with this?
something about the second challenge.
Oh, the second
I
one?
guess I could expand
Yeah,
on
so providing adequate space for new hires, yes, but even if I had never added an employee, we still do not have enough for existing and new hires, because if you were to go back 5 years, we're still crammed in there like sardines, and there's not adequate space for anything, storage, machines, it's all just lined up in my office in the corners and every little crevice and cranny we can find. And the people have very small desk areas.
You know, you go in there and people come out of the, so just insert existing after the word for existing and new hires.
For existing staff and new hires.
Okay, I think we all support moving the grant administrator to DPW. Director Vogel was giddy about that. And,
May I ask a question about that? Because there have been some questions about the posting of that position and the like. So does that go through HR for that transfer?
So yes, it's a civil service position. I'm not sure they fully developed a job description yet for it. And any position would have to go through HR with a competitive filling. And I think they were getting started on it recently. I'm not sure what stage it is.
So there hasn't been any movement on that?
Not specific movement, no. I know they were working on developing, trying to get it advertised, but then they realized they have to have the job description. And it's probably one that's been submitted to the company for the class and comp study, one of the new descriptions.
Thank you. The next bullet, Alderwoman?
I felt strongly about this, that 2 years ago, Jody presented her growth plan. And I don't know any other department that has done that, and I continue to support the department's plan for expansion presented in fiscal year '23, I believe. And then, I don't know the correct way of saying this, which for this budget includes a second budget analyst. So is that correct English to understand it? Right? Does it, do you?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're looking for a second budget analyst.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we, in doing this, a couple of things come to mind. One, we bought the OpenGov product. It has a lot of modules that we're not fully using that are more interactive with citizens. We don't have the bandwidth with a team of 2 to get that out there and start using it and build stories and build interaction there. Second of all, during from December to June, the 2 people and myself work an enormous amount of overtime on a regular basis to get this budget, to meet these budget deadlines and to get the products out. And when we started looking at other jurisdictions that are similar to our size, they have dedicated budget teams of 4, 5, 6 people that they have in place all year long to do this, which explains why we don't hear such stories from others. They have much more robust websites that have budget information available to the public because they just have dedicated people. They have a dedicated analyst that takes care of just the website. They have people dedicated to different departments, and they follow them all year long. But here we're just dealing with the manager and 1 budget analyst, and it's just a lot of work.
But your growth, I mean, it's almost a good news thing, but your growth plan has deemed successful, I think, and will continue to support it. I mean, I know it's.
Yeah, I just, the thing that's
all.
making it difficult
Yeah.
is because of the vacancies. I
Yeah.
mean, we've been able to improve on the budget. Katie can tell you how many hours they worked the first year when it was just the two of us. It was a lot. It was hundreds of hours of overtime.
Oh, yeah, we saw the lights on.
Yeah, so it's still that way, it's getting a little bit better every year.
Yeah.
But my problem now is I got positions, it's filling them with skilled people and keeping them here.
Yeah, so that's.
And so there's always vacancies, so we're always struggling to keep up with the workload.
So maybe one of our recommendations should speak to recruitment and retention.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why we're trying to improve the pay scale and the way it operates, so that we can get people mid-career and not have to hold them up in steps where they don't get an increase for 2, 3, 4 years. That's one of the things we're trying to do for recruitment, to get people in the door.
Yeah, that will tie into the challenge, so, yeah.
So should we add another bullet that says that we should enhance our recruitment and retention efforts?
I would say yes, and you can even attach that to that first bullet where we're talking about, well, no, that was about, wait, the first one is,
Well, that was, we have it as a challenge, that's what you're confusing it with. So it's a challenge, but I think the recommendation will tie into that. I think it translates into a recommendation.
yeah, I
I
thought,
mean, yeah, we say that it.
oh,
it's
it was
a-
in the challenges, yeah.
We're addressing the challenge.
Yeah, the challenge of the vacancy issue and the turnover, and it's not just happening to me. Procurement's had the problem, as you know, and other jurisdictions are having a real problem in their finance staff as well. We're just all fighting each other for people.
Do we make any efforts with the local colleges to get folks in a pipeline, bringing them in as interns and that kind of thing before graduation, so that once they're out, we have access to a pool of people?
No, we haven't, not as a department. I don't know if HR has representatives that go to the college events where the graduates are looking for potential employers. I mean, we're definitely looking to bring an intern in this summer. It would be nice to have somebody like that all year long.
Police go to job fairs and that kind of thing, maybe to connect with them and find out when they're going out and, you know. But that's part of that recommendation to enhance recruitment and retention efforts. Okay, is that all
all I
for
had.
finance?
Yeah.
Going on to
Great.
police department.
Do we want to just plan, do you want to take a break after police?
Sure, that'd be great.
Just as a breather? Yeah.
You want to take a break now?
No, I think we'll go through police. We'll go through police and then the rest after that. I think that would
Okay,
be the
then
hurdle.
I did police, and I did an introduction. The Annapolis Police Department shall be an impartial and just partner to every citizen it serves, vigorously and constitutionally enforcing the law to protect its residents and others. We shall operate effectively, efficiently, ethically, and equitably, focused on community relationships. APD responded to an unprecedented level of violence in our community at the end of 23 and into 2024. Good news, redistributed officer staffing to address the violence and created the Special Enforcement Action Team. There's only been one homicide in 2024 and no other contact shootings. And I'm not, well, I guess that is good news. APD cleared 100% of the homicides committed during the current budget cycle, utilizing technology and other methods the department budgeted to solve violent crime incidents. I'm keeping up, Ms. Jackson, I'm keeping up. We vigorously investigate, and I will go back and change all of these because they should all start with the verb. Vigorously investigate violent crimes, including shots fired incidents where no one was struck. The reentry program continues to reach at-risk members of the community, providing them with opportunities, resources, and transportation to gain job skills. Many graduates are currently employed, and few have reoffended after graduating from the program. Program also assists people enrolled in a partner drug program, treatment program. Sought and was awarded $2.2 million of state and federal grant funds needed to assist with crime and community initiatives, improve technology, and to purchase or improve equipment. The grant awards continue to be pivotal in engaging the community and gaining assistance in creating a safe environment for Annapolis residents. Continues to collaborate with state and federal law enforcement agencies. Partners with federal and state agencies have yielded significant benefits. You lost me now. I'll go to the next one. Fully compliant, because that's just explaining the collaboration. Fully compliant with the Maryland Police Reform Act legislation. Has an inspections and audit unit, and the sergeant in charge of the unit successfully completed Inspector General training this year. Hired 9 officers so far this fiscal year, but anticipating losing 9 officers at the end of 2024. And lastly, continues to maximize limited resources to recruit new officers. Hired 10 officers in 23. So those are the challenges, the good news as defined by the chief. Alderwoman Tierney?
Just 2 comments. It's the second one. I think, it's almost dismissing one homicide. I don't know how we can say that, so. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like, oh, well, there's only,
Mike isn't in
addressing the homicide. I don't know, that's a tough one.
Would you like to just take that out completely?
I think
The
there's
chief
another one.
touted it as
Oh, it's you.
important.
Yeah, it is. I'm just struggling with not dismissing the one, if you will. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So
I don't see that as, there has been 1 homicide in Annapolis.
Oh, I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah, and no other
Are you
contact shootings.
okay?
It's up to you. What would you like to change it to?
I don't know. Well, the way it's written, actually, the good news is there's been 1 homicide.
And this is the good news. This
I
is
know,
the section.
but
of
the way I
good news.
read it is the good news is there's been a homicide.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get away from. That's, yeah,
Yeah, so I would just we need to rewrite it.
that's all.
Maybe
That's
there's,
all.
It's
there have
under
been
good
fewer
news.
homicides than in past years, or something to that effect, because I don't think the good news is that there's been a homicide.
Trending,
There's been only 1 homicide. Would that make it clearer? Or we can take it out. I don't like the negative either, but this is under the good news. So we've only had 1 homicide this year and no other contact shootings. That has to speak to policing.
homicides and contact shootings are trending less than last year. How's that?
That doesn't say anything to me.
Well, that's what he's trying to say, is we're trending less. There's a so what there. Okay, you had 1, so is that good or bad news? Well, we're trending less than the previous year.
The question would then be, well, how many have we had if we're trending less?
I'm trying to avoid that so that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid any counts of deaths because it just.
Then let's just take it out if we're not comfortable with it.
Well, it's, okay, you take it out?
I would take it out.
Okay.
So the next one speaks to, and it should just begin with cleared 100% of the homicides committed. The next bullet. Are there any other issues that you want to address other than taking out APD at the beginning of each and starting each one of these with a verb?
As far
clear
as,
percentage of homicides. Alderwoman O'Neill?
I see why it's good news to vigorously investigate violent crimes, including shots fired. My counter to that is that that's actually their job that they're supposed to be doing. So I don't see that as new news. I see it as, yes, they're doing their jobs. And so I'm just questioning, like, I know that he put it in his report, and in my notes, I actually questioned, like, and would we expect any less? Because we expect our police department to investigate all crimes, regardless of whether somebody was hit or not.
Each department in their good news section highlights what their jobs are and how well they are doing their jobs. I'm not seeing this as any different. I'm not sure I don't want to judge whether they are doing the job they say they're doing in this report. They put that under good news, that they are vigorously investigating. Maybe you don't agree with the fact that they are.
No, I'm not saying that at all. That's my expectation, is what they do, and they are.
So that's not good news? Or you just
We'll
don't
just
want
leave
it
it.
stated?
We'll just leave it. It's, in many cases, the good news has been things that they've made changes to, or that they have increased or whatnot. So I see that as stating the obvious, that they should be vigorously investigating, and they have been, because our crimes are going down, as we allude to the one that we deleted.
So how best do you?
So is there a way you want to change this, or you would just prefer we take it out, or?
I guess we keep it in as good news. They're doing their job.
Well,
That's
every
good news.
department, we could say that about every department. If that's what we want to do, then we make sure we're consistent and say that with everyone. Alderwoman Tierney?
Could I, on the next one above the pink there, I think we need to be more specific, because it was a huge deal. Fully compliant, and it's the way they say it, fully compliant with the Police Accountability Act of 2021. Where do you, yeah, the fully compliant with the
Maryland Police Reform
Maryland
Act?
Police Accountability Act of 2021. That's the formal name of it.
Is that the correct name, not Maryland Police Reform Act? This came straight out of his report.
Well, put of 2021. Just add it, of 2021. Oops, sorry.
Of 2021 at the
Yeah.
end?
But I am, okay, hi there. Is that the Killers? Whose ringtone is that? Is that it? Okay. Sign ringtones
Next
to my
one would be
voice.
created an inspection
So
unit.
I am not going to leave this reduction in homicides and crimes. I think we can say this.
Where are you?
I'm at the first one that we deleted. How about, no, because this is good stuff. Okay.
What
to-
did it say originally?
No,
It's-
with the one homicide thing.
Do you have, it's gone?
It's,
Let's see, I can go back to my notes. You have it?
oh yeah, well, just rewrite it to say, due to a realignment of, he calls it police officer deployments, Realignment of police officer deployments has led to a reduction of homicides and shootings in the current fiscal year.
What does the first one say? I'm not sure how that differs. Redistributed officer staffing
Oh, wait.
to address the violence and created the Special Enforcement Action Team.
I'm trying to address the reduction of homicides. I'm replacing the one that we deleted, that you said there'd only been one homicide. So I wanted to
Okay.
address the reduction of homicides and shootings, which is, I think, the story you wanted to tell. Okay, that's it. I think, so delete that, pink, that gets rid of that issue about, yeah. Well, you don't have to say due to, you could just start with realignment of police officer deployment.
And those, well, no, that's good.
not sure
But the
that's
first
accurate,
two are,
Well, this is,
But the reduce the number of shootings?
in both, in the current fiscal year, out of their accomplishments.
and that was attributed to the Special Enforcement Action team. I mean, I think that those two are hand in hand. The realignment of police officers into the Special Enforcement Action Team led to the reduction of homicides.
We can add them, combine them into two sentences under one, or we can leave them as two. I mean, it's fine, whatever. Are you comfortable with the wording, Alderwoman Tierney? This is your,
Yeah, I wanted to address the reduction of homicides and shootings.
okay.
Thanks. All right, did you say something, Alderman O'Neill, on combining them or not?
That was just my suggestion. They go hand in hand. They created the task force, and the task force was the realignment of the officers.
Man, I can't. So are we still on the second bullet, or have we moved on?
I'm good.
Okay, are there any others that, that need to be tweaked? Ms. Kaylin, could you take out Annapolis Police Department in the last three bullets and begin with, created an inspections and audit unit? And then the next one would be hired 9 officers. And the next one would be continues to,
Who's Miguel? How come I have Miguel in my crib notes?
Amy
just-
McGill. Or is it a different McGill? Is he a?
I was looking at my crib notes on police, my budget notes, and I just had the name Miguel, and I was just wondering why I wrote that down.
I think he was at the table.
Oh, okay. Shorthand.
To not be confused with Amy McGill.
Yeah. I thought she was Miguel's.
Oh, McGill, sorry.
Miguel's, yeah.
See, I had already confused them.
so are there other questions under good news, or are we on to challenges?
I have one question. Can we just get a name check on the Maryland Police Reform Act? Because in the budget book, it says Police Accountability Act.
Oh, there's two things. Okay. It's two separate things. Okay, what page are you on?
This language came straight from the chief's presentation to us.
Okay, and I just wanted to double check if it's two, because in the budget book, it says Police Accountability Act
Why don't we listen to both and
versus
forget the
Maryland
date?
Police Reform Act.
Well, the accountability thing followed the Reform Act recommendations, so we could say
It
fully.
says both. Police Reform and Accountability Act, 2021. That's what it says on
Okay, so it should be the Maryland Police Reform and Accountability Act?
Yeah.
I don't think we need legislation. Unless it's not clear. I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't know what
Well, because it
Maryland
was.
Police Reform and Accountability Act, you know, that an act is legislation
Okay.
of 2021.
Yeah, put the date, because that was a big one. This was a big one. So challenges, I think we definitely have to address your second to last bullet above about hiring. That is a continual challenge. I'm sorry, I didn't look at the first one. What's the first one? I agree with number one, the grant writer.
A dedicated grant writer, the lack of a dedicated grant writer should be the first bullet. It's actually the only bullet under challenges. But I just realized in my notes, their other challenge that wasn't in the presentation but was spoken was they are limited in recruitment and retention efforts. They are limited in bonus opportunities for recruitment and retention. Ms. Dickinson, does the police department determine their own bonuses?
So as of today, if they give any kind of hiring bonuses, it's through a grant program. And it depends on whether or not they get the grant monies and the size. I don't know if they determine the size or if the grant program dictates the size. It's not,
Is that a state grant that gives us that money?
I don't know. Because I've never heard of anything like that coming from the federal level. But you'd have to confirm that with APD.
So as long as we have money, they can use it for their recruitment efforts. But once they run out of that money, there's no funding for recruitment bonuses.
Correct, although just to tell you that union negotiations are not complete yet.
Okay. So I was going to ask about retention, but that's not, yeah, okay. Thank you. So the second bullet should be,
So you got to condense the first one.
yeah, that's all the same, I think. It's just an explanation. The second one would be increase bonus opportunities for recruitment and retention.
Do you want to asterisk the explanation, or do we?
I think that's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, you want to have all
I
the
just
rest
wanted to
of-
tie it into the first challenge, like with an asterisk or something, I don't know, maybe to,
The fact that there are 6 different people working on grants and there's limited coordination, I don't,
Or just remove it because we have lack of dedicated?
yeah, I don't know if we need to explain, it's pretty self-explanatory, they need a dedicated grant writer. Because we could be explaining a lot of different things in the report that we don't. I mean, as long as we say it effectively, lack of a dedicated grant writer, maybe we can take some of that stuff up.
the second one should be worded differently, though. The challenge is also a lack of resources for bonus opportunities. Director Dickinson?
I don't know if you're planning on including anything about getting the recertification?
That was going to be my next question. Once we finish with these two.
I think that's under, no, I thought that was under recommendation. That was supposed to be our recommendation to pursue the recertification of, and could you write that in? What's the acronym? Where is it? Why is it not there?
I didn't get the bullets from Sean. That was one. Are we leaving
Well,
the first one or we deleting?
We're leaving the first one, which
The
is,
second one says,
we want to say lack of revenue for bonus opportunities. And you can delete the rest of that. And then under recommendation, pursue recertification of, what's the, he didn't mention it in his
Kalia.
report.
Kalia.
Kalia.
Kalia. C-A-L-E-A.
How about something to the effect, support the efforts to,
You have, something you have to do?
no, it's nothing. I'm just saying in your language,
Oh, okay,
just using the word support their efforts.
okay,
To-
so support the recertification of
Right.
Kalia.
Yeah, and that may entail resources of unspecified nature right now.
Okay. Is that sufficient? Support the recertification?
Yeah, because they would have to provide any additional detail, but it sounds like they're dedicating a different staff person to it and are working towards that.
Okay, is there anything else, Alderman Tierney?
I'm not sure how to say it, but this mental health issue, it's a challenge. And I just want to say that we want to continue support of their mental health initiatives.
That was in the fire department.
Yeah, but they too, yeah, they have money in the budget to address it. I mean, to have,
Okay.
but I think that's, did you say it? Maybe say whatever you said in fire, I forgot.
The fire department had, one of their challenges was the lack of ability to increase the number of trainings that they have. I don't know,
This might go deeper because of the recent, the tragedies they had, suicides or something. So I just want to not, right, I support their mental health, continue to support their mental health initiatives.
yeah, that's sufficient.
Without getting into. When did that happen?
Like 4 years ago.
You know, there should be a place where we say, because it's not just in police and fire, it's citywide. We've had suicides in other departments in the city, unfortunately.
True, yes.
Transportation.
We could add that to human resources. But I think,
So, any other suggestions or changes for police? Uh-oh. I'm not gonna even look, 'cause I don't.
I'm getting dizzy, right?
Okay, are we taking a break now? We're going on to Public Works. Public Works?
I request a break.
Hey, one thing to think about, commercial break. I was thinking that, that's always dangerous, but I was thinking that when we present the report at the city council meeting, we've devoted 3 weeks of our life to this. So one thought I had was have a little bit more time, project it up on the screen. I can do the introduction, and then each respective committee member speaks or summarizes their department. We do it that way?
That would be fine.
Okay,
I
good.
think we should, though, determine what information we're going to give. Are we going to give everything that we have in the report?
Well, that's up to the
or
person, just to
Highlight the
recapitulate.
good news, highlight the challenges, and stress the recommendations?
Yeah, just recapitulate to recapitulate, is that?
If we do that, can we reorganize the report so that it's one person reporting on all the ones that they did instead of
Oh,
the
jumping back and forth.
back and forth?
Yeah, if you, it was just an idea, if you agree. I just think that it will cause them to look at it and, I don't, right? So.
Yeah, I think that's great. I kind of.
I always hate just.
If one person is droning on for 20 minutes, then one person is droning on as opposed to it changing.
Yeah, it
You know.
actually does that, I mean, I think so.
I mean, we can organize it. I think we definitely should.
Yeah, that would be, we'll just
But-
tell Kaylin to do, if I'm doing the intro, which is, then I could go right into mine, and then Sheila's and then Karma's kind of thing. Again,
Yeah, I'm just saying, if we lump them in big lumps, then one person is talking for a long period of time, and your audience tends to fade. So maybe two, or some variety, so that you're not gonna
Bore them
lose
to
your
death.
audience.
Yeah, especially.
And maybe we'll lose our audience anyway.
Well, I
you
just
know.
think it's a collaborative effort, and I was, kind of feel bad
Mm-hmm.
just presenting it and then just, I mean, this thing has evolved from just, Ross, from just handing it out, here it is, it's per code to us. But I don't think we've ever had it on the screen before. What does that mean? Does that mean one of us has to be doing this?
Well, Kaylin will do
Kaylin
that
can do
for us.
Oh, that.
She is our scribe. She's
one of-
been
so
on
you'll be
it.
doing this.
I mean, I can sit at the computer. I sit right
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll, I mean, we'll get together before then and figure it out, right? Okay, as long as you agree, I think that's good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that was my commercial. So we can take a recess.
Oh,
and-
yeah, okay, we're gonna take a recess now for 10 minutes until 11:45. I think
Yeah.
it's just 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, we're in recess.
Hello, the Finance Committee meeting has reconvened. Thank you, Alderman Finlayson, for covering for me. I got my mouth back, which might not be a good thing. So we left off. We finished police.
We did.
Done. So DPW, that would be me.
You see what I just wrote under central services?
I left the paragraph in memory of David Jarrell. I don't know if it's necessary or not, but it just sort of sets a good introduction to what they do. Burr reiterated it in his presentation, so it's a judgment call. So I did not want to cut and paste like the list, so I went through. They did a lot of stuff, and so I kind of cut it off at like a visible and volume consideration. So the good news is obviously completion of work, right? So I listed their completions, and this concurs with their report. And he also, if you remember, he had a DPW presentation, and then he had a capital projects presentation. I address, because it's effort under the department, they do it, that I mentioned, I put it all in DPW, if it involved a project, okay. So the traffic signals, obviously the DPW facility, they did the environmental assessment at Spa Road. Let me know if I'm going too fast. I need Alderman O'Neill to agree on the next one. Is that correctly said? The Cedar Park Road, the pedestrian refuge island, that's what he called it. So is that a successful project that you want to itemize?
I don't think so. And
Okay.
The only reason I wouldn't put it in there is that it's a pilot study.
Okay,
And it's only partial what was requested and what the CIP includes, because the CIP includes the addition of pedestrian activated flashing
yeah,
crossing lights.
it's a work
So
in progress
while they
then.
completed a very small traffic study in order to put the island in there, the rest of the project's not completed. So I would actually pull that out.
Yeah,
Carmen,
so
the
delete
mic's
bullet,
not on.
okay, delete bullet 4.
I'm sorry, I was listening to Madeline. Where are we?
Got it.
We're deleting bullet number 4. If we're basing our good news on completed projects.
Yeah, completed and successful. There's been as far as the next bullet, there's been a very, a good reaction to this bulkhead replacement and being sort of being the first one. And contrary to what, I have to say this, contrary to what the testimony was Monday night, these street and parks are being reviewed for damage, it's not whatever. I mean, the residents some of them are like, no, we don't want construction, but.
Right,
Yeah.
but I also believe that the public comments the other night were a little bit short-sighted because it was one person's view as to what projects were important versus what were not. And
Yeah, but there is, if you ask Eric Lashinsky and the harbor master, there is a decision matrix for this work, Anyways, this is the tube barrier, which has minimized the closing of Compromise Street from nuisance flooding. So I thought that was significant because when we close Compromise Street, it's a mess.
Yeah, I think that's a really good,
Okay.
good news one.
I think, this is good news that and I hope I say it right, they relocated a grant administrator from the finance, we talked about in finance, but it's focused on securing and monitoring the project grants, right? So that's good news. It's more of a management on them. I'm ignorant about the next one, but it was mentioned a lot. A new booster station. I didn't even know that. What I'm trying to say at the end there, Caitlin, is it increases water pressure for not only for existing customers. Well, I say that because Parkside Development is new, and new customers in the Parkside Development.
Including,
Yeah.
So for existing customers and new customers, for instance.
For instance, Parkside Preserve.
I'm not sure, that doesn't make sense.
Well, they didn't have enough pressure.
Right, I understand
Yeah.
the logistics, I'm just talking about the wording here.
Yeah.
We're monitoring a new booster station that will improve water pressure for existing customers. I think you want to say including the new customers
Perfect.
at Parkside Preserve Development.
Yes.
Including.
Yes. Yes.
Shouldn't it be and including? For existing customers.
Well, if we're going to put existing customers, because that was part of the problem in that phrase, I would think we'd want it earlier in the statement. Began operating and monitor a new station for existing customers that will improve water pressure for existing customers. Well, we have existing customers there already.
Right.
That's repetitive.
Including,
And we had just added the including. We don't need, we're just, I think it was,
whatever you said.
I know, now it's a mess.
No, I know.
Stage for, that will improve,
For existing customers, comma, delete.
including,
Yeah, comma, delete, and just say,
Station
including the new
for-
customers in the Parkside Preserve Development.
But it's not saying what it's doing. You need that improved water
Oh,
pressure.
right.
operating monitoring.
It was
booster
right.
station.
So this is telling you to do that and then, like how I had it. Complete that sentence, including the new customers in Parkside Preserve.
Water plant personnel and operating
That sounds all right, right?
water pressure.
How about for existing customers and new customers that will improve water pressure?
Including
I think
for
we
the
need
new
to
customers.
change the existing customers to go beyond the water pressure. Personnel began operating and monitoring a new booster station that will improve water pressure for existing customers and new customers in the Parkside Preserve.
Perfect. Okay, just.
Including the Parkside Preserve.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Try to get through this before lunch, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good?
The second
no.
to the last bullet, do we want to say water and sewer enterprise fund?
Absolutely, thank you. But we're done with the other one?
Yeah.
Okay,
Performance
yeah,
measurement.
yeah, I was just gonna say that, Alderman Place,
Yeah.
insert the word enterprise fund.
At the end. Oh, you're doing something. Yeah, but before fund, it should be enterprise fund.
To the water/sewer enterprise fund.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, And then in looking at their performance measures and stuff, it's, the water thing really stuck out. So I wanted to say that they well exceeded the performance benchmarks for providing high quality and safe drinking water.
Are you on challenges or?
No, the
where are you?
last good news.
Oh, okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah, I thought our new water, well, never mind.
Yeah. They were actually one of the few departments that filled out their performance measures, and it was actually kind of cool because they would have, percent, they rated themselves. Anyways, challenges. So they still are, this is a long process. It's called a life cycle asset management system, so that there's a science to replace, repave, repair these assets, So, what is the life safety of the street? I don't want to get into detail there, but it's a continued effort and continually is improved, so. Is that kind of clear? You okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, so the two challenges that are blatant to me is those last two. To stay on schedule and within budget. Okay, and that's,
Can I just ask one question on the
course you can.
improved cost control? In your mind, does cost control include the personnel to manage? Because that's what he also said.
no, that's a
So-
separate, good point, that's a separate issue, because this is strictly, I'm marrying this up to actually a performance measure that's
Okay.
called complete capital projects on time and within budget.
Okay.
You are, actually, yes, because I have it as a recommendation, so I should have it as a challenge, adequately staffed. What was that, I'm putting words in your mouth, so go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what we've heard is that some of the projects are the project timelines are pushed further out because of lack of staffing, project managers to manage them. So I think that is a challenge, is that we need to take a look at staffing levels and.
Do you want to just keep the same language and say improve staffing of capital improvement projects? Or, you agree it should be a separate bullet? Yeah, so, yeah, that's a good one. Oh, I thought you were typing. No, improve,
That should be under challenges, Kaylin.
This is, we're adding another one.
We're adding one. Mhm. Maybe instead of improve, how about enhancing staffing?
yeah. Right, so then I go right into that as a recommendation. Due to a substantial increase in capital improvement projects, did I mention 20.3 million? An additional engineer is necessary to manage the cost and schedule. Okay, and that's all I had. I know they had a lot to talk about, but, well,
This paragraph that's at the top is not at the top of the capital.
I was going to make that recommendation when we
Delete
finish. No,
Oh. Oh.
because some departments have that intro paragraph and others don't. Like, for instance, I didn't include them, but I believe in the final report that we should include a brief intro
yeah.
on every department, like there is on some.
Yeah, I think you'll find it in the budget book, if nowhere else, right?
Correct.
In the budget book, and,
Put the whole thing. Like the mission?
No, just like this one, like the one for,
Let's see if we have,
police
police is done, finance,
has
well.
one, has a blurb,
yeah,
ITS has
IT
one.
has one, fire has one.
I just didn't put them in.
yeah.
I will go back and put those in, Kaylee. But I have to do it from my computer.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, so are there any more recommendations or challenges for DPW? Hearing none? Are we good?
I think we're good.
Good.
Okay, okay. What is the next one?
HR? We did HR. HR doesn't have an introduction.
Right.
Then the city
They're all the ones
manager-
that I did,
City
do not
manager
have
doesn't
an introduction. I will go back and put in an introduction.
Central Services does.
Oh, I love that recommendation. It's positive.
Which one are you on? Are you still on DPW?
No, central services, the recommendation.
I just wrote that because, so that there would be something under recommendation.
I think that's
So
great.
I just wrote that just a few minutes ago.
I like it.
Kaylin, you can change the font and all that good stuff on it. but
Yeah.
Line it up with everything
Yeah.
else. So are we on to capital budget now? Is that the next?
Mike has a comment.
Oh, yes, yeah, city manager?
I know that you all have brought this up before, but it was something that you all had recommended at your retreat too. Central Services. And at times you've asked, are we utilizing it? So I don't know whether you wanted to add that in or not, but that just came to mind as part of the council recommendation.
We could just say we support this new department, this change.
So you're saying we should, in our recommendation, make a recommendation
Well,
that
and
we have the central services part.
with that you had discussed it and that was a recommendation that came out of.
Then we should say we totally support the creation of the central services department.
Yeah, and the only reason I mention is because during the budgets, I've heard several times you all have asked the question if we've used
Yeah.
or utilized the information from it. And that may be an example, if you want to.
Yeah, we're writing it now.
Except I can't type.
Oh my God, my right click wasn't working last night on my mouse. Horrors, what do you do without a right click?
I know, this is a new department, of course, supporting our success. So I say we keep those two sentences and
Yeah. All right.
are you good? Okay.
All right, capital budget. I have an intro. There's a huge 3 pages on the process, so I just refer them. No, put in the code. Put in, could you change budget to city code? Yeah, just change the city code for the process of selecting projects. Okay, so what is the good news? Well, it's not really, let me just, okay, so I introduced a subheading called source of funding, which is, I think, a really important story to tell, that we have diversified our funding so that we're not relying over 70% on property tax. The only thing, Katie did these charts, and I'm sorry, I'm catching you cold on this, Budget Manager Connolly, but could we use the same color code so that it's easy to see the comparison for grants versus grants and?
Sure.
You sure? Okay. Last year was a very exciting year, if you get excited about this stuff, because we had a big percentage of grant funding, so it doesn't equate to debt. This year, it kind of took a little bit of a turn, and I just summarized it up top. The charts compared the difference in the funding allocation between 25 and 24. There's a 13% decrease in grant funding and a 9% increase in bonds. And we continue to diversify our funding portfolio as the below graphs indicate. Okay. Then I went into the overview of the capital projects, because it's like, okay, what do I want to talk about here? So I confess I relied a lot on his slides, because I couldn't tell which ones were done and which ones weren't. Thank you for whoever's doing whatever they're doing, but that's what this does, is the two that were removed, and finished and removed, was the Truxton Pool and the Melvin Avenue. We added $20.3 million of capital projects in this year's budget. So I felt that it could be interpreted as exciting and good news. So we'll be positive, but it is a substantial increase that we speak to a lot in other departments about staffing and management, et cetera. So those were the two things I really wanted to say about our capital projects. I don't talk about Hillman because that was a different animal. It's not a capital project. It was, P3. Okay, so the challenges is, as we speak of everywhere, is monitoring monitoring additional scope and potential cost overruns, as it's very alarming that these projects that Burr listed have already exceeded their original cost and the scope. And I referenced the page number in the capital budget. So that's a little alarming. Okay, and then the next one is securing additional funding for the City Dock project to avoid delay of the project and deferment of scope. I didn't get specific about, securing the FEMA fund, but the challenge there is we'll have to reach a decision on keeping the schedule and deferring scope, or delaying the schedule indefinitely. So it's important to keep that on the radar.
Madam Chair, I have a question on the initial list under challenges. These items are...
Yeah, the bullets went too far.
I'm under challenges. The first bullet says monitoring additional scope and potential cost overruns.
Yeah, the bullet, I don't mean that as a bullet.
I know, that should be a heading, as these projects
Yeah,
significantly exceeded their original cost and scope.
Yeah, I had a bullet and then sub-bullets. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, but she can fix that, but I'm talking about the
okay.
content. Cars and Ectonia Beach, that's a brand-new project. I'm not sure. So are they an overrun, or is this
Additional scope.
an additional project that's added?
It's additional scope of that project.
Was there a project last year?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Yes.
Yeah. This is due to the land purchase of the house, et cetera.
Did not that project change? Because now we have an additional piece of land. Ms. Dickinson has her hand up.
Good.
No, okay.
Can we change it back to the bullet and then the sub-bullets?
Sherry did.
Or should I leave it? It
No.
just looks consistent.
See where it says monitoring?
Look at it on this.
Okay, so then after Stanton, but then those aren't bullets, that's a list. So after Stanton Center renovations,
This needs its own.
so then you're making all my challenges unbulleted. I was just following the format of the bullet under the challenge and then having an itemized list below. So we bullet the challenge and then sub-bullet the list, or how, right?
Okay, can we go to, you're doing formatting now, I mean,
Well, it's important because they don't read right. Okay. Well, but, okay, go ahead. Yeah, I think bullets and sub-bullets. Alderwoman Findle Charles?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a
Still let me
general
ask my
question.
Yeah, I know, but she just, what?
I have just a general question when we're talking about capital projects, and I don't know if part of the conversation is going to be the benefits, say for instance, for cost overruns.
Yeah, keep it
or additional scope. Do we look at the benefits of incurring the overruns and having the additional scope with how many visitors are coming to our city? When we look at the census, more people are living here. Is that all part of the equation and the components we're looking at when we make the decision about, say for instance, like I said, cost overruns or additional scope? That's just a general question.
Well.
I'm not saying we're gonna.
Well, that's why the challenge is monitoring them, and before they become, an issue, you don't, so each one would have a different reason or a different, but right now, the numbers just show it as an overrun, either due to a scope implication or a schedule delay, inflation, et cetera, different reasons. So I'm just trying to highlight those.
Okay.
As Director Burr said,
Right.
this is what he showed us, that these projects, because of delay is a big reason.
I'm just looking at the possibly the economic benefits over time or within a short period of time. That's just kind of a general
Well, they all,
thread
they all,
I'm looking at in my own brain. That's fine.
I think that's a council decision too, on the respective projects in our ward, I mean, I had that with Main Street rebricking. I just said, get it off. Why would we even keep it there? We're not going to rebrick until all this other stuff is done. So they all have different.
Okay, thank you.
I guess, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that's the way, is that?
could I go back to?
Oh, yeah, you had.
Ms. Dickinson, you were going to, I was asking about the intent in this list, whether it's a change of scope, a cost overrun, additional scope or change of scope, or all of the above. And I thought you were going to answer something about it, Cars
So
Beach and Extonia.
now you're referring to a list. I thought you were asking about the Cars Beach project. I was going to answer specifically to that.
That was the one I pointed out specifically.
So
that I had a
Cars
question
Beach
about.
has always been added scope. I think it's almost 2 years ago in August, we bought Cars Beach. And we gathered up our resources, purchased that property. And then this last fall, we purchased the adjacent property, the Moores property. And then we also added funding so they could do some beach erosion work and a study, a planning study for how they're gonna redevelop the site, what kind of, if they're gonna put what do I wanna say, like a visitor center type structure on one property or not, and how they're gonna do that, like a master plan, that's the term, master plan
Okay.
for the,
Good scope.
So,
property.
and that was my question, whether this included the changes. I mean, we were just there a few months ago when the Moore property was officially handed over to the city. So it's listed here because there's an addition to the original master plan. Because now we've acquired that
Well,
house
I think,
and the other land.
yes, the recent funding was supposed to accommodate the purchase of the Moores property and the master plan. We're also gonna do some beach erosion work through the Resilience Authority, and that's running through this project as well.
And the building is going to be used for an educational center. Is that part of,
So I think it's going to be a new structure, whatever it is. And as to the details, I'll leave that to somebody else, but Director Johnson is working on the details. And I think that'll all be spelled out by the master plan.
We have a grant request from Blackstone, the Chesapeake, for funding for the educational component. So that's part of my question and my query about our educational center, the role of Blackstone, the WACs, and who's paying for it. Should they be seeking grants to pay for it? Are we paying for it? Is it ours? Is it theirs? Or those, Mr. Malinoff, can you answer any of those questions?
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. I'm trying to find the last, there's been recent correspondence with Mr. Leggett and the director
The resiliency?
on the grant. And I'm thinking there might have been an award, but
$1.5 million NOAA grant? Is that what you're talking about?
no, there was a grant that it may take me a few minutes, and let me come back to it and see.
Okay, it's not necessary in order for this to continue with this. I just would like to know where the,
Yeah, I mean, the reason to highlight these is that we have the revenue stream.
The highlighted project.
yeah, Russell Street, Ms. Conley?
Budget Manager Conley.
Budget Manager Conley, yeah, so Russell Street was deappropriated.
I'm sorry?
Russell Street was deappropriated. So it's not an addition, it's a reduction of the budget amount for that project. So you want to remove it
Yeah.
from that
Wow.
section?
Well, I'm not sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's not an
According to-
addition, there's no scope change, we've just removed the funding for that project
Yeah, it's
because
right here.
it's delayed, and it has been delayed for years because they're still trying to confirm the right-of-way and ownership.
Well, then who makes that decision?
DPW.
That is in my ward, and we have been trying to get this sidewalk for the seniors at Bates for a number of years, and our way to address it is to take it out of the budget, to take it out of the CIP? And maybe that would...
So all we've taken out is just the construction funds. Those will be added back after ownership is established.
Then why would we take it out of the list if it's still there without all of the funding? Even without all of the funding?
This list specifically says these projects significantly exceeded their original cost and scope. That's not the case for Russell Street.
Yeah, so I agree. And I think a conversation has to be made with Director Vogel, because this was,
No, he's not the one who makes the decision about what projects go in the CIP, is he? Is that totally?
Yes,
the-
he's an integral part of the decision-making.
Yes, I realize that. But that's not his final decision. And Mr. Malinoff, I'm going to look to you. I don't understand how this is, I understand the delay. I understand how difficult it is to get all of those property owners to agree to allow the sidewalk to come in. I also understand the disadvantage the seniors who live at Bates have been under for a long time. And now we're even prolonging it more. So now to take it out of the list completely, or to not take it out of one list and leave it in another, is very concerning. So how do we fix this?
all right, can I interrupt? There's just two.
Now, may I ask Mr. Malinoff to answer before?
No, in fairness to Budget Manager Connolly, she is absolutely correct. Delete it out of this list because it is not suffering an overrun or a scope issue. So it's not addressed in this challenge at all. We'll have to address it separately somehow. You definitely have reason to ask because I see the deduct here. So that's
Perhaps it's still a challenge, but it's not in this list.
not in that
another
list.
bullet point that the challenge
Yeah.
is, it's been removed, the funding's been removed for
Right.
construction.
So just delete Russell Street, Caitlin, off of this challenge because it's not a scope or schedule issue. That's all.
Well, let me
clarity.
ask, was that in Mr. Vogel's presentation? Because I think you just cut and pasted his list.
He had it as a scope and potential cost overrun. That's correct. He had it on the slide.
Okay, and so we have taken it out of his slide. Then I would insist that we make a notation to that effect. I don't want to just lose it completely.
Well, I think I agree that we should identify it as a separate challenge and say, monitor delayed construction of the Russell Street capital project.
That's fine, as long as
Yeah.
it's not going away.
Right. Right. So if you could add, Kaylin, a bullet below that list, so we don't lose Russell Street, and just say, no bullet, yeah, monitor, whatever we want to do, delayed construction and question reduction of construction funds in the fiscal year 2025 budget. Those funds are not in your budget right now. They're not in the budget. Okay, so monitor delayed construction of Russell Street project.
Is the challenge monitoring the delay?
I don't know, whatever you want to say there. It's an issue for you.
Mr. Malinoff? I'd like for you to find out.
Michael Malinoff, city manager. No problem, I certainly will. I think the point that Director Dickinson and I were talking about is this is his recommendation, but it's your final decision.
Well, there's two things going on here, if I may. I believe Director Vogel, the budget in front of us
Right.
has it gone, essentially.
Right.
I mean, construction money.
In the proposed budget.
So I do not know why Director Vogel has it as a project that's exceeding cost and scope. It might have just been an oversight or something.
That we can find out. I do know, and my memory was refreshed, that when we were meeting, he was saying it was just taking longer for them to come up with ownership issues associated with Russell Street, and that was the only reason he recommended it. And I don't think it had anything to do with not wanting to do it.
Well, to marry up with the budget right now, we have to address that
Right.
construction funds aren't there.
Right.
So I don't know how you.
Perhaps the challenge is the untimeliness of getting the,
Yeah, what's causing,
whatever is causing the delay, and that is whether it's getting the right-of-ways or whatever. But the challenge is getting that, therefore, the construction costs have been removed from the CIP. That's a challenge. It's
something's,
addressing it specifically.
yeah, something's pausing the project.
Do we know if there are other projects that are similar in the fact that their scope has decreased?
No, the only one I saw like that is the Main Street rebricking. That's the deduct this year, or the ones that were removed.
Correct.
So,
I think I would be comfortable with it saying something to the effect that the Russell Street project is being delayed to allow time for acquisition of necessary properties. I'm still uncomfortable that we give up on a project because it's hard. And that's what I heard, and I had a discussion with Director Vogel, not to this degree. But we don't do that with other projects that are hard.
but Kaylin needs help writing it.
I can't differentiate the discussion.
I'm sure. The Russell Street project is being further delayed
Yeah, there you go.
due to a lack of our ability to acquire the necessary property. Period.
All right. Good. Go ahead.
I want to say due to a lack of our inability to acquire.
Okay. To inquire about the necessary property or acquire?
Acquire, not inquire. AC.
Okay. Kayla, can I just mention it now if we go up?
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
Yeah, I just sent an email to Director Vogel, but I do recall a discussion related to this general issue in central services and the need to try to get the services of a paralegal in the area of title work. And it's an issue that's come up with Gibraltar and Jeremy's Way and this and others. And so it is something in the bigger picture we're cognizant of a need. And I know Director Dixon puts some contract services monies in central services. And that was one of the things we were talking about being able to utilize, because we just, frankly, don't have that ability right now.
Is it a legal effort or a procurement
It's legal.
effort?
Title work and land acquisition is, yes. And it's a particular skill set that I know the delay on, for example, Jeremy's Way and in Gibraltar, they had hired somebody and for whatever reason it didn't work out. And so they had to go back to get somebody else. And we talked about it. And frankly, it came up in the context of the Moores purchase because there was a very talented, that type of person helping the trust conservation fund on the purchase and acquisition. And I used to do that type of work when I was in law school, and it's a niche legal field. And so the new department will have, I think, funding to help with these kinds of issues, because the Office of Law doesn't have that ability in its department, and they had to go out and seek help, and it was a problem. So I hope that gives you a little bit more context that I think we may have a path forward, but it's a couple of steps past the budget once we get the department going and get some of the resources that we are hoping to avail ourselves of.
To the walls. Back in February for that time.
So before we go on though, just because it's on capital projects overview up above, just the same thing, Kaylin, I'm sorry, Alderman Pindelais. So under good news, could you give a solid bullet under completion of the following projects and removal? That's a solid bullet. And then the two listed below is the little bullets, just like you did below, Kaylin.
Those are on the iPad. They're not up here. So one of you have to do it. I don't see those. I see box, star, arrow, diamond, and circle. Checklist menu.
Nervous. What is she saying?
Who did the empty circle?
Ellie,
Ellie made the empty circle?
did you do these empty circles?
I thought you did it.
No, I didn't.
So you just put them back. Is that what you did? You
I
put them
just
back?
backspaced. I just undid it. I just
Okay,
pressed the undo.
I don't know. See, under challenges, you can't make it look like that. That's all. I don't understand. It's just a sub-bullet?
No. I can do it on Sheila's computer, iPad.
Oh,
You guys
okay.
can continue. I'll just.
I'm
do it.
sorry. But so in summary, the good news has two bullets: completion of the following projects, and then the following projects were added. Right, okay. Alderman Pindle-Charles?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a follow-up question for our city manager. I'm sure you've explored it, but is it appropriate to maybe find out one of the law schools or someone for ask for an internship who could help us maybe get a pipeline from either Maryland or Baltimore? That might be a situation. I did one with the public defender's office when I was in law school, so I don't know if they still have those internships or fellowships anymore. But that might be a way of establishing a relationship with one of the law schools to get somebody for free or close to free.
Right, and that's what I did in law school
I did it too,
for,
but it wasn't title work.
for this purpose.
Okay.
So I think,
Deal with formatting.
not to drag out the discussion too long, is our hope is, because of the title companies, that it might be a paralegal, some of those folks are really talented. And Terry Zielinski was the one who was doing all the title work for this Moore's property. So
You
that
could just list
was
And
sort of,
sometimes it's for credit,
yeah,
so that's the free part.
right. But I think we're gonna, it jogged my memory
had a
during this
format
discussion that we
different
actually
than
are
anyone
hoping
else.
to.
Okay, all righty,
Whatever.
So,
thank you.
but that may
Find
be
to
a
do
way.
it. Even if we just
Okay.
have to list them and keep, I just want to be consistent with the.
Probably from PowerPoint, from Burrs.
Oh,
You copy and paste it. It's a format in
No,
another
I-
application.
I right-clicked his words, just his words, so that maybe that came with
Wherever you
it.
did it, that's where the format.
Okay, all right. All right, as long as we just keep I'd like to keep it bullets instead of arrows and stuff like that, but, and then if we can't sub-bullet, then just list them, right? Just put the bullet against, like you do, and just list them below. Okay, so we identify, okay, then well, I mean, I don't,
Just the top two. Yes. The two that are highlighted. There you go.
what just happened?
She just changed it to
Yeah, there you go. Right.
perfect.
Perfect. Same thing. I don't know why the spacing's weird, but same thing. Yeah, bullet the following projects. Okay. And then it doesn't have to be bold either. I don't know why I bolded it. Up above that, that doesn't have to be
Completion of-
bolded. Yeah, that's it. Yay. Sorry about that. Exactly the same for the next good news. Okay. So we left off about City Dock. Then I had, this is a challenge, identifying and proceeding with study options to accommodate space for mission-critical departments and evaluating lease, purchase, or fit-out options as the Annapolis government offices have outgrown the current space available. So the way I understand it is that they've done a study, Vicky's given it to us, and now they have to evaluate, they know who needs what, but whether or not they're going to do a lease or a purchase of a new building or a fit out of an existing. So that's all in their court. The CNI has to have public engagement and financial support to succeed, I think, so I wrote that up separately. As it is a major revitalization of Annapolis's largest public housing communities, Eastport Terrace, Harbor House, and potentially the city-owned property on Spa Road. Okay, then recommendations. After I read, and Mike left the room, but it's so funny when you read the code about capital improvement projects, and somebody brought this up, Ross brings it up all the time. It has to align with our strategic plan, which translates into our comprehensive plan. And, and so we've got to do that. We have the time now. It's too late this year, but do you understand the irony? We have a draft of a plan. We have a draft of a plan, but yet we added $20.3 million of projects. And so what are they in line with, right? So I think the city manager will agree that ultimately our capital projects should align to, should I say per code, comma per code, It should align to our strategic plan and the comp plan. Right. In a perfect world.
110%.
Right. The goals and the outcomes. And then where we've mentioned elsewhere, provide additional staff to manage projects, CDPW.
Perfect.
Okay. Oh, I like perfect. Thank you. Now, Weems-Wayland is talked about a lot. I don't know as much as you do about it. Is there something there that translates into a challenge? I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I just know it's talked about a lot. I don't have it listed anywhere.
It's not in the report. And I understand, and maybe Mr. Malinoff can answer the question about the decision for Weems-Wayland and what kind of project it's going to be, where the State Department of the Environment have weighed in and what are their requirements and what's the timeline for using this field, the only field that we have in the city of Annapolis.
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. A lot of questions before lunch.
I know.
I have been involved in the general discussion of both that and the Spa Road site for CNI purposes. And I do know that, and we had the discussion here with Director Johnson and Vogel, that they're going through they went through the phase 1, they're going through the phase 2, and I think Director Johnson is trying to find funding for a turf field as opposed to the grass field so that it can be used more frequently. The timeline, I think, is reflected in the CIP pretty accurately. I don't have it right in front of me, but I don't know that anything has been found that's going to delay our ability to use it. I think the only property that was a question more so was the Spa Road property, and if we were going to build houses there with children and so on, that could very well, that's where the phase 2 will come into play.
Well, and, my concern is very similar to what we're doing to Russell Street. Who's making the decision?
That one is yours. I mean, ultimately, all of these are yours, but the delay is really twofold. One, related to both, but I don't think is an issue as much on Weems-Wayland, which is the completion of the phase 2, which is driven by use, what you can use on those properties if you have some sort of contamination. And we know that at certain times there was an incinerator and a landfill and so on. But I have not heard from anyone that that's going to be an issue so much for the Weems-Wayland field. It really was more the question, I believe, of the type of turf field we were going to put there, and that the director was hoping that we'd be able to get a turf field there because of its longevity and reuse ability. The other property, I mean, the mayor has said often that, well, it was going to be a public works site. Why couldn't it be, a new building previously proposed? Why can't it be? Why do we have to go through all of this? And that's a valid question. And the reason is it's the type of use on Spa. If you dig in, and you're going to have playgrounds and things like that.
Are you talking about an expansion onto the lower fields?
No, I'm just doing it as a comparison. There's no expansion on the lower fields. It's just playing fields. But I haven't, that's all I know about it, and I heard her speak about it when we all were here, and Director Vogel, and I don't know what the time says in the CIP, but I don't think anything's been delayed other than trying to find the additional funds for the turf field.
Well, I will get back with her if it's okay with you.
Sure.
Because the community is waiting.
Right.
And have been for a number of years. And I don't think they should be waiting for a number of years more. We need to find a way to give our kids a recreational field. And it shouldn't be something that's postponed until 2 or 3 years down the road. And I know turf fields have that potential if, well, one
I
way
think
you
there
could
was a
go.
question because the comptroller's on the Board of Public Works and she's opposed to them. And so they were trying to work on those issues to see if we could come up with our own funding source.
So we wouldn't get funding from the state.
If we
to
do,
support
it
because
would have
she's
to go
opposed.
through Board of Public Works, which may be a problem. But I know the mayor was meeting with Bill Belichick Foundation. And
Yeah, he
was
did.
trying to get funding as well. So we can get back to you on the timing, but I haven't heard anything since we last met here. And I know the intent, and she shared with you all the name of the company that is recommended because there was some discussion as to whether some of the turf is harmful.
I just want to be clear that I don't want to be left to find out that the decision was made by someone, you know.
It would have to be made
Without
by you all ultimately.
input.
So-
We may
Without
recommend one
input.
way or another, but you all would be.
Yeah,
I think,
Thank you.
if I may, Alderwoman Finlayson, in the capital reports, the only thing budgeted is the environmental remediation. And then there's an allocation
I don't think that's.
for that. I think your challenge that I keep hearing about is simply finalizing the scope, find out what we're doing, because I don't know if the funding, the respective funding is identified in the capital budget. So I think you simply have to add as a challenge, finalizing the scope,
What's the project number? Page?
if you want to.
Well, Madam Chair, you raised this, this question. As you know, I was not there when the CIP was presented. I have it in front of me.
Yeah, so-
But I have had discussions with Director Johnson about it also. I mean, if you're comfortable and you would like to make another bullet to say that we should expeditiously finalize the plans for the Williams Whalen Athletic Fields.
There you
I'm
go.
good with that.
Yeah, there you go. Kaylin?
We should expeditiously
I was reading the email from
It's
We should
challenges under challenges.
expeditiously finalize the plans for the Williams Whalen Athletic Fields.
I mean, I have this rule, if I hear something more than 3 times, there's a concern. So, thank you. All
Is
right,
that,
I'm done. Anyone else? Good, while we're thinking, are we good?
thank
with
you for
DPW?
bringing that forward.
Okay, so next is community grants.
Okay, that's mine. I started the report, this portion, by defining, and again, this comes straight from
The intro.
the presentation, the 2 different types of grants operating in capital. The proposals had to meet one of the priorities, and Ms. Jackson, if you're going to have to align this, I've tried several times, and the 4 small Roman numerals 1 through 4.
So for, I just have a question for, ITS, Munis is, do we wanna change the name because?
No, it's Munis.
But we
I think
identified,
it's just Munis.
but we identified it somewhere else, right?
Name of the company Tyler Tech purchased.
We,
I would leave it
excuse
the way
me, I'm
it is.
sorry, I didn't mean to clear my throat into the microphone. I sent you an email, Carrie Kramer told us about Munis. It is not an acronym, that other Munis that Kaylin found is not the same thing. So I recommended we either leave it as Munis or refer to Tyler Technologies.
So you're saying the Taylor Technology, or whatever the
Ty-
name was that you gave us, should not be in there?
You were trying to spell out what Munis stood for, and we should not be trying to spell out Munis, so, find another option. Either keep it in as MUNIS or refer to she gave us the Tyler Tech product name and in that email.
What I was saying is that we had put Tyler Technology, because you had given,
I thought you were ending up by spelling it out, but if you didn't, that's fine.
so, but you're,
Under this,
okay, she says it's done. Okay, so can we go now to, under the priorities 1 through 4?
Sorry, I have to do that.
You can bullet them or however, but they should all
What do you
be.
think about that? Do you want to stick with bullets or?
Whatever is consistent.
Yeah, consistency, whatever that is.
Okay. And then I talked about the grant team under OCS. They reviewed the applications, they made the recommendations, and the recommendations were submitted to the finance department for the mayor's budget. And then I gave you an overview, 54 applications, 15 did not submit applications last year. Total requests 1.237.
Do we know what OCS is? Or am I ahead of you? Sorry.
Office of Community Services.
Do we have to spell it out?
We should write that out,
Yeah,
please.
wherever I saw it.
Previous request was 200,000, almost 200,000 less. Last year, I'm not sure what that means, funding pool, the panel was asked to work. Oh, they were given the 370,000 as their pool of money, because that was pretty much our grants last year. And so that's just some background on the number of requests and the amounts. And then we have the applications, and it's broken down by type of service, first being multitude of services, nutritional programs, programs serving children, youth, and families, programs for adults, programs for the homeless and addiction prevention, programs to enhance arts and culture, programs to contribute to a vibrant community and clean environment. And as a summary, 1.2 million in requests, total grants 54 awarded, $243,750. And then Kaylin, Ms. Jackson, inserted the chart that we approved, with the final column being the Finance Committee recommendations.
Well, how'd you do that? Was that a cut and paste?
That's not updated, is that correct? I thought we added to the scholarship trust.
you can,
Oh, how did you address the 2 amendments in your summary? So that, or is it this plus the 2 amendments?
No, the 2 amendments should be included.
I put it in.
So the scholarship trust went from,
That was mine, Amendment 1, to add the 2,000? Yeah, okay.
Is the
I thought-
2,000 added? That was my question. Because it looks like the committee recommended 9 and then ours was 9.
Where's my sheet? She's right. Yeah, something's off there. I think we might have missed putting in the 2,000. Hold on. Oh, no, wait, we didn't add to the scholarship fund. We added to the Kappa scholarship fund.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry.
so did Kappa Alpha
Kappa should be 5.
should be 5.
There you go, yeah.
And what were the other ones that are incorrect?
Oh, no, that,
I was confusing the 2 scholarship funds.
Okay. So they are correct.
yes.
Okay. So this is what we voted on. That's the last column. And then we added the very end.
Banneker Douglas, which one?
Banneker Douglas was twice. Did you take that out?
One was 20,000 and one was 38,000, and the columns are different, so we needed to know which one was accurate.
Well, we have to go back to the original document. I don't know.
I don't know.
You're gonna have to pull up the original.
They're both,
Where
They're
is
both in there?
yeah, that chart that I have from Vicky, that I copied and pasted right here, they're both, I didn't do anything, I just copied and
I
pasted.
have them only once. This is her.
Banneker Douglas.
Yeah.
You guys have it in this spreadsheet that I have, where's that at?
Where did this?
It's only once in the written, and it says
What happened was,
5,000.
the second Banneker Douglas actually should say Blacks of the Chesapeake.
Oh, okay. The second one.
Yeah, I was
Correct.
gonna say it's
Blacks of
not.
the Chesapeake was,
But that's not accurate either, because according to this, their request was 20,000.
Blacks of
And
the
the
Chesapeake
committee
request was
recommended
38.
5,000.
Okay, so okay. But a Blacks of the
38.
Chesapeake?
And 4.
No,
Blacks
that
should be.
don't touch Blacks in the Chesapeake. Right now, we're just dealing with Banneker Douglas.
Yeah, keep it that.
Blacks
And,
of the Chesapeake isn't on here.
no, the next line item is where you have 2 Banneker Douglas. The
Right.
second
Oh,
Banneker
okay.
Douglas is Blacks of the
That's
Chesapeake.
what that is.
You said the $38,000 one is Blacks of the Chesapeake?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
38.2, and then we increased it to make it 4,000. There you go, right.
correct.
Gee, Kaylin, I don't know why you're confused.
Because how many people
There's
talking
only
about
been 3. No, I'm kidding. Okay, I just want to check to see.
Chesapeake Foundation, Inc., Kalen, Chesapeake Foundation, Inc., Blacks of the Chesapeake Foundation.
Correct. And then Fort Meade. Yep. And then Heritage Baptist is. Right. Oops, pass for everyone. And so Serenity Sisters was one that,
We changed, we
we
increased.
changed twice, I mean, right? I had 2, and then Karma had 2.
They're
So-
added, I believe.
9, wait,
It should be 16 instead of 14.
okay, I'm confused on that one.
Or do we?
Hold on. Serenity Sisters was 5,000. I added 2,000 in that amendment, right? In that, and then,
Farmers was recommended favorably too, so.
so Karma's,
So
my,
it's an additional 4,000 for Serenity Sisters?
yeah, just
Should be
for,
9 in total,
right,
9,000 total.
right. Not 14. Is your amendment in here is, I guess, an easy way of asking. I know my amendment,
It appears if it says 9,000.
So I'm looking at the sheet, and I don't, maybe it's not a, this one has Serenity Sisters, 5,000. How did we go from 5 to?
to 9? Okay.
Oh, okay, I
Yeah.
thought that was 14, it's 9,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. So can I just ask a question? Let me just, can I see mine?
Yeah.
I'm so glad I wrote mine down. What did I do? Oh, you have it
I don't
there.
have yours.
Oh, yeah, there,
You-
oh, whatever.
No, this,
Okay, so-
is this yours?
No, I don't, Karma.
No,
Is yours in here?
Amendment?
What did
No,
yours?
Ellie's First Amendment,
It's
hers
in
were
there.
in,
It's in there. It's the -2 and the +2 and the Blacks of Chesapeake and Serenity Sisters and then another thing, but I'm
All
just,
of only 2 of my 7 were approved, so, and they're in there.
and they're in there? Okay. So,
These are
Do-
the.
so
which
document.
one are Ellie?
These are
There, oh,
Ellie's.
Mine is adding 3 to the Kappa Alpha, adding 2 to Blacks of the Chesapeake, taking 2 away, I hate saying this, but reducing Co-op Arundel by 2, reducing Fort Meade by 2, and then He Hopes Pass to Everyone, reducing by 3. And then last but not least, adding the 2,000 to Serenity
can you
Sisters.
resend that? Just that.
So that's all in there.
Alright,
So just a question on document
I can show
control.
you that too.
So just document control, do we need? Yeah. They're so cute. So we are, we just need to do that column, right? We don't have to get into amendments or anything. That was just our formality? Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I think the chart is complete. It's got our committees, the
Yeah.
request, the committee's recommendation, our recommendation.
No, the last, the grand totals should match at the bottom because we didn't change the total.
Correct.
So for 423,750,
I need it right.
so there is a number.
I guess this is the amount,
I'll find
Ms.
it.
Conley or Ms. Dickinson's.
I'll find it.
Our total is different, though, if that column is correct.
But it shouldn't be because we
Or
balanced it.
$5,000 difference.
Yeah, we balanced it, so something's off. No problem.
Oh yeah, we did the co-op Armando because they asked for 2,000. You guys took the 2,000 from them, so theirs is blank.
Which one was that?
Co-op Armando.
So that's 2,000, but this looks like it's almost $5,000 difference from 423 to 418. It's 4.5.
3, 5, 4. Is there a formula in here, or did you just get that number from somewhere, Kaylin? That,
I put in this chart right that I have in front of me.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
you guys-
Does it add the numbers itself?
It didn't. Oh yeah, it did. I changed. Look, I changed.
Yeah,
I
so it
changed
is
this by $1.
418.
Yeah, that's right. It's-
we're good?
Yes, it's an equation.
Well, we still have five,
No, it
almost,
should be 423,750.
That's the one.
but that's not what our column totals.
Okay, yeah, so
Our
we're-
column totals 418.
Yeah, but it should balance because we didn't.
It should balance because
Look,
we
look,
took one
there's
for
another
one.
column. 42370 is the grant committee recommendations. Finance committee recommendations add up to this.
It shouldn't though, that is wrong, because we
Okay.
did a one for one. If we took some and added, we
Yeah.
took some away from one, we added it to the other, equal amounts.
Okay,
So
farm,
it should be a net zero.
I know, I'm trying to find it. Farm Unity Limited, we brought down to 0.
So the
Correct.
columns add
Okay.
up
Are you looking for it too?
independently.
Are you looking for it? I'm looking for it. 3, 7. Heritage Baptist, 5, 4.
Ms.
4,
Dickinson, can you tell us
10,
if the 423,750 is the amount in the mayor's budget for community grants?
3, 5, 19,
Please.
10, 4, 6, 12. I should just check the math here. Maybe that's what it is.
Take your time.
9.
We're not going anywhere.
South Forest Drive is 2,400, 10, 5750.
I'm looking at Appendix E on page,
Correct. You were correct. 423,750.
okay, so that's the number we're searching.
Superior Future is, what did we do there? It's just $600, but did we tweak that at all?
That's probably where, no, we didn't touch it.
Okay, so if you go to Superior Future, it is a
What do
typo
you say?
there.
I'm sorry, we're
I'm
not
trying to
here.
find the omission because it should all add up to 423, because that's what's in the budget. So change.
Which
change-
organization are you?
Superior Future, it should be 6,600 instead of 6,000. It could just be a typo there, but that doesn't make up the difference. Hold on. 5, 20. Okay. The Live Water, we did add 2,000 too.
Correct.
So those are yours, okay.
Are you going down the list alphabetically, or are you?
Yes.
Okay, so it should add up to, are you adding it up?
I was looking to see what the difference was.
Okay, I'm gonna just take my giant computer. I think it's just a miss.
$5,600 is the difference of 423 and 418.
So the Kappa scholarship went to 5,000.
Yeah, I mean, what's really weird here is that for both amendments, they netted 0. You know what I'm saying? So there was
Uh-huh.
no change.
So there should be no change in,
Okay,
Are we sure that the cap, never mind. Did you take 3,000 from something to add to Kappa scholarship? From 2? I thought it was 2 to 2.
Yes, 3 was taken away
Okay.
from He Opens. Hey, guys, Kate or Jody, can you help and could you run a calculator for me?
So
In the
I
budget.
was going to add, you know that when you add live water, you took away 2,000 from somewhere else.
Yeah, no, I know that. I just wanted as a baseline, and I know you
Hold
probably
on.
did this.
No,
but
let me open up a spreadsheet.
I just want to make sure this number's right.
But aren't they adding up?
On the spreadsheet.
The spreadsheet is adding up. So if she can just pull up the spreadsheet.
Is this an Excel file?
Yeah,
It is an Excel file. Live, okay.
if you want to run numbers for me, I can.
No, okay, so my simple question was, did we ever run a tape on the grant requests, the 423 in the budget book? You checked that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, it's on an Excel schedule with
Okay.
formulas there, so hopefully
okay.
we grabbed all the cells. I
All
mean,
right.
it's
Just
not,
wanted-
full-
okay.
it's, it's not foolproof, but I have to check to see that the formulas are correct.
I mean, it's almost worth cutting and pasting and then just making those 6 tweaks. I don't understand what is not working here.
Are you having problems getting to your total?
Okay, so what did we do with the Rundle co-op? Co-op and Arundel. A co-op Arundel. This says 10,000. My original chart has 12,000.
In my amendment,
Did we move?
we took 2,000.
Okay, so we did take 2,000 from there. That was one of the amendments, right? Mm-hmm. Was that one of the amendments?
Yes, yeah.
Is that your amendment?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, yes. I'm just making sure something's weird here. So I added 3, I added 2, I took away 2, I took away 2, I took away 3, and I added 2. Plus 2 minus 3.
So Farm Unity, we took the 2 away. And Fort Meade, we took 2 away. Volunteer Fire Department, we left it as it was,
Where is that? What is it?
under Fort Meade, Friends of Eastport,
Yeah,
and then Hope for All. Now, it looks like we took 3 from Hope for All.
okay,
Backpack
This is
Buddies,
crazy.
we gave
Okay, it's driving me
5.
crazy.
Start
okay, let's just,
Annapolis 4.
I guess the best way to do this is if we're
Alexandria
sure
is 4.
the committee recommendations add up to 423.
Luminous.
So I'm just looking to see where they're different, 2,000.
Madam Chair, that's exactly what I am
I know,
doing
it's
and writing
just-
down.
I know, it's, yeah, plus blacks. 4,
Luminous
8,
2,000.
13, 28,
Maryland Therapy,
35, 2.
3,000.
Got rid of Club 164.
Community
How far
Development,
down are you? Oh, you're way
5,000.
down,
I'm
okay.
down to
Co-op, 0.
OIC, 19,000. One Annapolis, 10.
This is a real mystery.
OLA,
10, 4, 6, 12.
For
Serenity Sisters.
partners and
4 is 10. Street Angel.
seeds is 12. Serenity is 9.
Jody, could you run a tape on the last column, just for sanity?
So when you say last column, what are you talking about?
It adds up to 418,150.
The one that says Finance Committee recommendations.
And are you working on another Google Share document now?
Yeah, yes,
Okay, hold on just a second.
yes.
But apparently it was pulled from an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah, has it been shared with me?
Everybody.
It's on the Google Drive as in the report.
All right, y'all.
I mean, if it's Excel, we should just be able to capture the math.
Yeah, I know, but I gotta go from a list of names with the, right? You want me typing onto something that has the organizations, you just want me to add stuff up?
Yeah, we incorporated net zero amendments and that we should, Karma's gonna show you.
I'm trying to find, the drive.
That right there,
This,
second one down.
That's
What we're working on.
that's this one.
Okay, so scrolling down
But
to
that's not an Excel schedule, right?
this, she said she pulled this from the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, so if you, here's what I can do. So you pulled it from an Excel, but it wasn't my Excel. This is what Vicky gave you as an alternative, right? And it started with this, and you all were gonna be working on this column right here.
Correct.
So if you wanna just tell me, if you wanna just read down, I'll plug them in here for each organization.
Okay, 9,
I mean,
17,000, 6,000, 12,000,
mhm.
5,000, 9,000, 7,000, 6,000, 2,000, 25,000, 5,000.
Okay. The next one is Literacy Council on my list. Did you? if
Okay,
you-
2,000,
Okay.
2,000,
Make sure you don't skip a number, because you might have put in a new organization.
3,000, 5,000, 4,000, 4,000.
So how are we missing? We're
Did
still
you all add
missing.
any organizations?
13,000,
Is that because Jody's,
3,500,
Mhm.
2,000,
Mm-hmm.
a blank under Club 164,
Nothing? 0?
0,
Okay.
2,500, 10,000, 0, 0, 3,000,
You're not hearing anything because we're adding numbers.
7,000,
Hold on.
5,000,
1,000,
4,000,
4,000,
4,000,
4,000,
10,000,
10,000,
0,
0,
20,000,
1,000,
2,000, 3,000, 5,000,
5,000,
1,900,
100 or 1,000?
sorry, 1,000.
so I'm seeing that we
10,000.
You
added
really cut them out. All right.
to 4 different
4,000.
organizations.
6,000,
No, 5 different
12,000.
organizations.
9,000,
$3,000 to
2,400.
the Kappas,
10,000,
$2,000 to
5,750,
Blacks and Wax,
2,000, 6,600,
$3,000 to Hope.
20,000.
No,
Well,
we took
Junior
away
League?
$3,000.
I have
I'm
Junior
sorry,
League.
0.
0 for Junior League, okay, and then Life.
20,000,
We added 4,000
14,000.
to Serenity
0.
Sisters.
17,000, 28,000.
and
And
the
then we
14,750.
added 2,000, so we
That's
added
different than what's
That's,
here.
you're 2,000 short.
$11,000.
what happened?
Well, that's not gonna add, because that's not an Excel schedule, so if we
So-
just got those in,
421,
you wanna see the
750.
different categories? Let me go back.
Okay, wait, okay,
11.
okay, guys, let's just update here. You just ran a tape on it, and it's $2,000 short.
Yeah, it's
from-
421, 750. That's-
Okay, so that
I mean,
means,
we can recheck them and make sure I plugged them in here right, but she was watching too,
okay, so that means we are $2,000 short, so we forgot to incorporate
So what's missing?
a
if we're-
$2,000.
Because this doesn't show that we're 2,000, it shows that we're more like 4,000.
So
This is
do
not an
you-
Excel spreadsheet.
Would you like to tell me your amendments?
Okay. Yeah, that would be okay, I guess.
Why did you do Karma, since we'll have to pull up yours because you don't have them?
Okay, so what we'll do is,
We're going to look at the committee,
I kind of want to cut and paste the
the
committee's,
committee recommendation.
and for fun, make the changes
column.
there.
You don't need it then.
Oh, no, yeah, and then, okay. So I've got them all here, thank you.
Just give me a second, I'm gonna run a total, see what's changed.
We're getting there, we're just
Okay.
missing 2,000 now.
So where were those other $2,000 found?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does, because
Well, what she did.
Karma, where were they found? Where were the $2,000 found?
It wasn't found. This is not an Excel spreadsheet with a formula in it.
Okay, but my question is, which one of the organizations is not? Are you saying
what-
that the numbers in the organizations are correct, but the total
I
is
don't
not
know. I
correct?
haven't looked at it. We just ran the tape on this one.
Yes, Sheila, I took all of what she had on that document and I plugged it into Excel and you're $2,000 short. So that means that you took away from somebody and you didn't add something back.
Okay,
So go through your amendments with me.
Yep.
And I'll mark them off here because I see what's
There's a
changed.
spreadsheet.
Okay.
that All of this is already on that Vicky has shared with everybody.
Right, which is what she's got pulled up now.
Right.
Yeah.
That she's double checking.
I'm using
She's
Vicky's
plugging it
spreadsheet, but
into-
that last column that says the finance committee recommendations was not populated. So I used her document and I populated that last column.
Yep.
And you're $2,000
Okay.
short.
are you with us?
Well,
Yeah.
whatever you're looking at, I need to be able to, can I see it so that I can paste it onto the final committee report?
Okay, Kaylin, so let me summarize for you. What you have on here now, I think you got it from, I believe you got it from Vicky's revised sheet, am I not correct? Yes, okay, great. So what we're doing is there's an error or the second to last column is absolutely correct. That adds up to 423,750. We just ran a tape on the last column and we're $2,000 short. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with the 423 again, and we're just gonna double check the amendments that we did. Because maybe there's a,
If you tell me the amendments,
Yes,
I'll tell
let's
you
go
what
through that.
didn't, what
just wanna
didn't
make
come
sure you're
across.
good.
So
we're
you're
gonna do
looking
a
at the
new last
committee's,
column.
that committee's recommendation column, correct?
Talk to me.
Just trying to, whatever Joe, I mean, it's fine. I don't have to use this spreadsheet. Whatever it is, she's looking at it. I just.
So-
So the,
I will fix it and I will fix it and I'll send it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, because this got weird. Okay, so amendment number one, let me go through. Added 3,000 to Annapolis Kappa Scholarship Fund, so that number then is, what do you want to know, the new number or what I added?
You moved it from 2,000 to 5,000,
correct.
right? And where did you put that? Where did you take it from?
You want to do it that way? Okay. I took it from, He opens paths to everyone, hope for all.
Wait, he opens pass, okay, so that one, okay, so that's the one you match up with that one, right?
Yeah, that's the one I reduced it by. Okay.
Okay,
Okay. Tell me when you're caught up.
I'm there.
Okay, so then I added 2,000 to Blacks of the Chesapeake.
Give me a minute. Okay,
And I reduced Co-op Arundel by 2,000 to get that.
okay,
Oh, okay. And then the last one I added to was Serenity Sisters. I added 2,000.
hold on.
Are you with me?
You added 2,000?
Yes.
Because this one has adding 4,000.
Well, that's the second amendment. We'll get to that.
Okay.
That's Karma's.
All right, so 2,000 is, you added it, and where did it tie to?
The Fort Meade Alliance Foundation, we took 2, which reduced that to 0.
Okay, hold on.
So nothing, the total should match, right?
Do we have all the amendments?
No.
There's 2
It
more.
should, but right now, just as a check, did anything happen?
I am, I'm not doing it like you're thinking
Oh,
I'm
okay,
doing it.
okay.
I have shown all the changes, and I am matching them with color codes.
Gotcha.
So we got to keep going through the amendments.
Okay, so Karma will
The
go
next amendment is removing 2,000 from Farm Unity.
Hold on, Farm Unity. What was the one from before? Fort Meade?
Correct.
Okay, hold on then, I got the wrong line. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, and then what was 2,000 from Farm Unity?
Removed it and added it to the Live Water Foundation.
2,000, and then. So just to say that on Vicky's original list, there is no Live Water. Is it
It's
called?
the Live Water.
Oh, the Live Water, okay.
Sorry.
I was like, that's a problem. So Live Water, all right.
Good,
Hold on, let me do my color code thing here so I don't screw something up. Okay, go ahead.
And then remove 2,000 from Club 164. And adding 2,000 to Serenity Sisters.
Okay, hold on.
That's the final amendment.
Okay, hold on.
so that shouldn't have changed the total.
All right, so I'll tell you what else I show here. So I have you trimming, let me see what line this is. You trimmed Tennis Alliance by 2,000, and you didn't add it back anywhere. The numbers that Karma read me, she said 3,000 for Tennis Alliance.
Oh, it should be 5,000.
Okay, so that totals, if there was no cut on Tennis Alliance,
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you so much.
then we're tied, then we equaled,
Now we're equal?
yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
I'll save it and I'll send it to Kaylin.
so it was just
So what's the total?
the match.
423, 750, and I don't know how,
Yeah.
if you read it 3 from your schedule, or if,
I read it 3 probably because I didn't have my glasses on.
okay.
So that explains.
Or if there's something happened in the.
Okay, so
So it
it's
explains the
balanced.
2 difference there. I
Okay.
think this was just a matter of the fact that
So
it's
the
not.
best way that this should be cut and pasted is
In the document
that Jody just created.
correct.
Yep, hold on, I'm gonna save it.
Yeah, just freeze it. That's what's tricky about Excel. It could have just I don't know what happened. Okay.
So could you just send it to Kaylin, or you're gonna cut her roll out of that? And can you put it into the document? Ms. Dickinson?
Let me finish what.
Sorry.
Here, hold on.
I would safely delete this now, if that's okay, because there's some weird error in it, not your fault, but something happened that it didn't capture something, because these 2 numbers should match. So instead of trying to fix this, I would just delete it, and then we're gonna get something from Jody to cut and paste in.
Can I just see what she's sending me first? Because
Sure.
it might be easier for me to just copy and paste, just.
Okay, just don't want this to happen. I don't know what.
She just operated off of the Excel spreadsheet that Vicky created,
This one?
that this somehow didn't capture the formula.
Yeah, somehow the formulas aren't coming over right. Okay, so.
So I'm reading committee's recommendations down below, but that's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
I think that's from last year.
No, I wrote that this year.
Just
Committee
says with a few
accepted the
exceptions.
54 recommendations with some exceptions,
Oh.
with a few exceptions. Isn't that what I
stand
thought that's what I
corrected.
wrote?
I stand corrected then, okay, when I saw 54.
And see
I
attached,
thought-
that is,
I thought that,
I mean, we could change it if you
no, I
prefer something
misread
else.
it. I thought it said we just, no changes, or just didn't read the last sentence.
That note in the parentheses for you. Okay, what is this?
I'm trying to believe it.
Okay, you're somewhere else.
Come on.
Yeah.
What just happened? Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah, there you go. All right. So that's going to be a corrected sheet with these two amendments
Okay,
that are summarized on one sheet, yeah. Okay. All right, next. Oh, are we supposed to eat lunch?
Yes.
Wait, we gotta do a
Yeah.
time check here.
Lunch was delivered a while ago.
Oh, no, okay.
I say we take a 20-minute break.
Well, we're gonna run right into, when is the work session?
3 o'clock. We
Okay,
have a hard
3.
stop at 2:30.
Okay, because we only have an hour then, so we have, just bear with me, we have enterprise funds left. What else? Oh, that's it, okay.
and the
Okay,
final recommendation.
and the
correct.
recommendation, so we could just, hey, read enterprise funds quickly. I just reiterated the percent increase. I don't know if you just want to read that quickly and see if there's any issue with it.
Okay, I'll wait.
Because then we can have lunch and do recommendations. Do you want to just do that real quickly, or
Yeah.
as lunch gets cold, I know,
Yeah.
but
Can
I'm
we,
sorry, I didn't hear you.
can we take a 20-minute break for lunch and come back for the final?
so we'll do.
Are we not doing fees and fines?
No, we didn't. We didn't. We made a fee tweak in DPW, but we didn't go through the whole thing, and
Well, we have some recommendations, I thought, for fees and fines, or do we not?
we put them in the I know we put one of them in the respective department.
No, I'm talking about in our report. There are some recommendations. I have some recommendations I'd like
Okay.
the committee to consider if we're not doing it as a committee. Usually we give a recommendation for fees and fines.
Okay, right, yeah, we kind of missed that. We didn't section it off. We were putting them in the respective
Do you
department.
know why we missed it? Was because that was what was going to be the legislation on our regular finance committee meeting that we postponed to the next time. That's why we didn't discuss fees and fines. Our regular scheduled Wednesday, this 2 days ago, yesterday.
So we would have made a motion on it. And when is our next meeting?
The 15th.
And that's the Wednesday after the city council meeting? Okay. Okay, so we're busted. We have to okay, we can do that. Fees and fines, and then we'll just go right into recommendations. It's kind of weird to put good news against it, but.
Well, they're recommendations, I mean.
Yeah. Okay, so let's take a break
Okay.
and then do the enterprise funds fairly quickly, okay? And then fee, and we'll have to insert fees and fines. And then our recommendations.
Okay.
All right, great work, right? Good stuff. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, I thought it was a pie chart. She did whatever that is called, a tree chart. Yeah.
That's just confusing.
Yeah, because they're the same colors, yeah. No, I thought it was going to be a pie chart. I don't know, maybe
We
she's,
can still
we can ask
work
her.
on getting that. into
Yeah,
a pie
whatever,
chart.
so. It's nice though, because you can see we spend a lot on education. Oh, we're live,
And that should be above the summary.
yeah. Yeah, we're live, we're reconvened.
Okay.
That chart should be either above the summary, well, it should be above the summary, because we have 25 applications by programs, and then that diagram is a visual of the programs.
Yeah, she said you may not like it. No, we don't. Okay, we'll I'll address that under separate cover.
But you see where I recommend that it go in this report?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I just wanted to respond that we got it. Okay, so where, sure. Not,
It should go right after fiscal year 2025 applications by program,
oh, there you go.
because those are the list of
Yeah.
programs that are in that chart.
Right where somebody has something. Okay, we'll see what a pie chart looks like, maybe.
Either one, I mean, doesn't
Okay.
matter.
So, oh, enterprise funds, we didn't talk about, where the heck are they? Sorry, at the very end. Yeah, so I didn't get into numbers there, I just went into percentages as far as the increase. And so I thought that was a really bad news, but if you remember, we really drilled down with them that session, and we heard that the good news is that they assign project managers specific to each utility installation, so that I felt really good when Betsy got up there and the other project manager. So they deal with the enterprise funds, the stormwater. So I tried to say that DPW assigns project managers specific to each utility installation so that costs and the scheduling of respective projects are, what happened to it? Thank you. Okay. When Betsy got up there and talked about stormwater, there's a lot of knowledge about MDE requirements and all of that, and I just think that I had to say that, her strong knowledge of MDE is Maryland Department of Environment, if we need to spell that out. And then,
Madam Chair, before you go on, I'm looking at the introductory paragraph. And you jump right into the Stantec report.
yeah,
I think the last sentences, rates were adjusted to cover operating expenses, debt requirements, and future investments, is important to start off with. And then to say the rate increases were explained or were recommended using the Stantec enterprise rates.
so that
But I think we should give the purpose of what these rates
Oh,
are,
yeah, you
and
don't-
then how we
yeah.
come to the
yeah,
increases.
exactly. So we cut and paste that last sentence. I think we can just do that, move the last sentence first. And then blame Stantec. No, kidding, Stantec, no. Yeah. So, so even, the good news is, with water and sewer, even though he had to make some tweak, remember he had some tweak to make, it still looked like we were very competitive with other jurisdictions, so I thought that was worth saying. However, he was very clear that we needed to work on preventing predictable water sewer increases beyond fiscal year 2028. And that kind of has to do with, I don't know if capital projects sucking up the money or what, but, so we got to watch that. And then The same with the stormwater was the one that was a problem, the O and M expenses. So I just thought, I wanted to highlight stormwater as well. So then the good news, remember he talked about this, and I'm not really sure I understand it, but that's okay, I don't have to. There's an alternative stormwater charge structure for non-residential. And right now we use this tier system, that's what it's called in here. There's no more explanation of it. And then what this will translate or whatever the word is, change to a transition to a measuring their actual impervious footprint, which is, I don't understand why they don't do that. They don't do that anyways, because a building takes up so much. Anyway, so that's a definite recommendation that they look at that, so the stormwater revenue could increase. The problem in talking to Betsy afterwards is that you have these requirements to implement these stormwater projects, but the remaining land to do so is crappy. It's not like virgin soil or some, so there's a lot of capital expense that goes into it, and staff time, whatever. So you good with this?
I am.
Okay. Fees and fines. All right, fees and fines, you're absolutely correct. We didn't have to act on it last year because we acted on it at a meeting. I think we can just subhead recommendations, because I don't know, unless anybody sees good news in fees and fines.
We talked about some of the recommendations, excuse me, sorry.
No, you're right, go ahead.
We talked about some of the recommendations, for instance, in Rec and Park, where they were increasing fees for usage of spaces that were city-owned, for the community, where they were adding in funds to cover the cost of a site manager, per se, to be on site during events, which was important, and making sure that those fees were actually covering the expenses of, opening the building outside of its regular business hours. So I definitely agree with the fees that Recreation and Parks suggested be changed. There were some other fees outlined, actually from a city constituent who had suggested in the short-term rental line items to increase the fees, one, to be more in line with neighboring jurisdictions, but also the second positive to that would be that if the fees were raised to a level that was matching those, that we could actually hire a part-time coordinator of short-term rentals, so that it was somebody whose main focus was on making sure that the short-term rentals were following all of the city guidelines, following the code, and that the inspections and re-inspections and we had put into by ordinance some changes to the short-term rental program that would definitely need a staff person to oversee. So
Is that fee isolated in the, I was trying to look while you're, is there inspection fee specific to short-term rentals, or is it still in rental, just rental? I think we might have to introduce a new fee, or I don't know. Was it 21? Oh, no, here it is, 1744. Yeah, here I'm sorry, okay. Okay. Okay, what I found interesting about this, I agree with you, because I think it would pay for itself. Well, in twofold. Not only would it cover the cost of the inspections, because there are a growing number of them, but also by licensing these, we get additional hotel revenue. So I think, you know what I mean? It's kind of a
correct. It was a double
yeah.
revenue opportunity, I guess. Increasing the fees would allow us to have a staff member that was focusing on it who could then increase the number of licenses that the city's pursuing. I think we saw, and I can't pull it up in the moment, but when asked about the number of licenses in the city last fall and the number of registered short-term rentals or licensed registered, there was a pretty big delta between the two, so.
And there's more out there, perhaps.
Correct. And those are known. Those are the known ones that are unlicensed,
Yeah.
so.
So do you want to recommend an increase in the fee? Do you have a number in mind, or do we just make it a recommendation for now to evaluate?
I would recommend increasing from the current 200 to 400, so doubling that, 1740.880.
So, Kaylin, can you write that down as a recommendation?
It's under fees, and it would be under section 17.44.030B.
What page is it on?
Page 17 of the budget book, under the fees and fines, under R1523. It's section B in your budget book. It's the City of Annapolis fees schedule. Page 17. Code number 17.44.030B.
Do you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to increase that fee from 200 to 400.
I'll second that.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We'll get some pushback. But I was just reading below where hotels and bed and breakfasts charge $100 per room, you know?
Correct.
And most of these have, right?
Yeah, the new hotel, I believe, is 107 rooms, perhaps.
Yeah.
I could be off on that number.
Yeah. but
I believe it's
interesting they
35 rooms
charge
per floor
room.
for
Yeah,
4 floors.
yeah. But do you, it is, I wonder if I can write an intro that, to help our arguments, is that fee is supposed to, I don't know where it says that, but fee is supposed to cover our costs. You know, it's not just bucket of money in our revenue, so is that in the code? I'll find it.
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. It's really the law. It's called the rational nexus test, and it allows us to be able to charge a fee. And if it looks like there's not a rational nexus between the fee and the cost of the service, then it becomes a tax, and we don't have independent authority to
Love
create a
that.
tax.
Nexus, like N-E-X-U-S.
What's that?
The first line of it is the Nexus law, you said?
Rational nexus is the legal test. The
Rational
Office of Law will let you know too. But yes, that's the whole basis behind all our user fees and our fees for inspections and so on and so forth. And there was a time, I remember, we were trying to, Alderman Arnett may remember, it might have even been over sidewalks. We were trying to charge, and people were saying that we were creating a tax. That kind of argument came up because we were trying to collect money to repave the sidewalks.
But look, he heard the word Office of Law. Comes walking.
Yeah, there's the Office of
So-
Law right now.
Just a question,
What were you
Next.
listening?
you know,
this
We're not
rational
gonna be-
nexus
we're
for
not gonna be
fees.
meeting, right, but can we make changes and talk to each other?
Do you need to talk to
Did we
me?
do that last year? Like if we, like for example, I'm thinking, oh, maybe I should insert a definition of fee or look up the nexus rationale thing and put it in there. So I'm not gonna do that today, so I do it at home and just email you guys.
That's fine
or
with
whatever.
me.
It's like it's a fluid document is what I'm trying to say, yeah.
As long as we all agree on the final product, I'm good.
Yeah, so we'll definitely have to meet in person before the presentation somehow. Somehow. Maybe,
Could it be that we leave today
Yeah.
because we have 10 more minutes
I
before
know,
our
that's
meeting
why I want to
ends?
bring it up before we have to
But
vacate.
could we leave today? Could we make any adjustments or changes? I'm going to go back in and add the department description to the ones that I did not add it to. And then plan to convene, even if it's for a very short time, one day next week,
Yeah,
to just go over and
yeah,
put our stamp on the final report
yeah,
and make, at that time,
Yeah.
all of the formatting would be completed and
I think, oh, it's here, I think it has us deliberating. Yeah, it has us, no, it has us ending deliberations.
No, it ends today, I think.
That's right. Okay.
I am out of town all of next week, but the following week is fine with me.
Well, May 11th is May 13th is the Monday night. That's a Monday night, so,
Is it the 13th? Which
Yes.
is our council meeting is on the 13th.
yeah, we present at the council meeting during committee reports. And I'll tell Regina that we're gonna be longer than 5 minutes.
So how long are we asking for on the agenda on the 13th?
Well, we'll decide when we reconvene and see how long our little spiel is gonna be for each, right?
Okay, so I am away, I'm sorry, all next week. Next week was our week off. I have got to
Yeah,
get to
'cause
Wisconsin,
Well,
so
you've been here for 3 weeks straight, so I totally get it.
actually, yes. So,
Okay, so we can talk. We
I
can
mean, I
set up a
fly in
Google-
early on the 13th. We can meet the morning of the 13th
But why can't we
at
do,
9:30.
What do you do from home? A Google Meet? Google Meet?
Mm-hmm.
A Google Meet? Like Carmen and I can be here and you can be on, what do you have at your home computer or your dad's computer? Is it?
Oh, yeah, I have access. I mean,
Right?
are you talking about trying to do it next week?
Well, that's the only, I need a calendar.
we have a drop dead time today of 2:30 prior to the 3 o'clock work session
Okay.
on the comp plan.
Are we talking about trying to meet next week sometime between the 6th and the 10th?
Yeah,
Correct. Is that what we're
here's a-
talking about?
Yeah, here's a calendar. We're presenting on the 13th, and we have all next week. What is the 7th?
We have to agree on a final
So we want
finance
to,
committee presentation prior to the 13th.
right, so Sheila, you don't return until the 13th?
Correct. I have
Okay,
a
so it
6
sounds like,
a.m. flight.
yeah. That's a little bit, Colleen, that's a little tight.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if we can reconvene on Thursday, the 9th? Is that enough time? Kaylin, is that enough time for you to format and go as far as you can with that?
Madam,
Yes? Oh,
can you guys, can they have a meeting on the 9th? At what time? We have to approve it.
Sheila's going to be remote.
At what time?
Thursday, what time?
10 or 11
Hold on, let me look. I might have a
At
conflict
10 or
here.
11?
would be best for me. I mean,
Our
I don't-
time,
Hold on.
I wouldn't be able to be here until 11.
You said you gotta ask Julian?
What do we say, the 9th? Or is 10th better, the Friday?
I see that.
No. I
Is
can't do
Environmental
Fridays.
Matters meeting on the 9th, Ross?
What'd
Environmental
you say about
Matters?
the 9th? I can't meet until after 1. What were you?
On the 9th, you're saying you can't meet until after 1?
Yeah.
How long do you think it's gonna take?
and
Because we have environmental matters and Rob is not gonna give up his.
Yeah, no.
An hour.
An hour.
So what about the 10th, Friday, the 10th?
I cannot do the 10th.
Not an hour anywhere, okay. Thursday, oh, okay, like what worked for everybody on Thursday? The ninth?
I could either do 11 or I could do 1:30.
Oh, 1:30 is perfect.
What time is
For me,
environmental
it
metals?
And hard stop at 2:30. They said 3 o'clock.
Does that work for
Works for me.
Alderwoman Finlayson?
So are you saying at 1:30 on the 9th?
Correct.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, 1 hour.
So finance reconvene. So the goal is to really have it all like a draft, right? And it's not to say we can't, chat, and I don't see myself doing any.
The only thing
So,
I would add in is
Oh,
my
our
department
recommendations.
restrictions.
We have to
Our recommendations, that's what I was getting ready to
Yeah.
say. We don't have a list. Usually we keep a running list of our recommendations. I have a couple of things that I thought we were proposing. And I'll go through
We have to capture them from up above.
up above. What do you mean? I'm reading from my notes. I'm not reading from.
No, I'm saying if we want one list of recommendations, we have to capture what we listed up above in the respective departments. On some, we had good news challenges, and then we had recommendations.
But all of them are not there.
Correct. But first,
So,
let's
okay.
get those down to one list, right? I'm not sure
So,
what kind of
well,
order.
maybe Kaylin can go back and capture all the recommendations. It's already written here.
Right, exactly. Okay. So in
So
addition to
can-
those, you have some.
Yes, one was the lobbyists, the state lobbyists, and we did speak to that. So that one's already taken
Right,
care of.
human resource, I think.
I have to restore 200K to the law department, not to be used for salaries, page 19. And these are, like I said, notes that I captured along the way. So that was one of the recommendations.
Are you guys voting on these right now?
Probably not.
It was restored 200,000 to the law department for what? What was the purpose?
It says not for salaries. Mr. Lyles just walked out.
For temporary legal, for things that come up, that issue. Oh, by the way, I saw him yesterday again, and he told me that that HACA effort is 30% of the lawyers, the total legal effort. Remember, we thought if it was just one, he said the whole legal staff. I was trying to
It was
calculate what that
page
is, but
19.
salaries.
You know what date the law department presented? It was on there and
That's our whereas in our, yeah, the
it was, he listed in his presentation under unfunded mandate, unfunded enhancements. You said it was on the 17th?
Yeah, it was 34 union negotiations, 50 planning commission and board of appeals hearings, 49 special assignments, and 90,000 salary bonuses.
what was the special assignment value?
49.9.
Yeah, I had 100,000. But I didn't.
But I believe we were told by director of finance, and maybe it was the city manager, that the 90,000 salary bonuses that he was hoping for was not appropriate according to our pay scale.
Well, I thought she said today that directors have the option of giving bonuses as they deem appropriate.
I thought she
So,
said the police had that option.
well, for police, but does it differ by department, Ms. Conley?
There's,
Excuse me one second. They have asked us to address her as Budget Manager Connolly, and I think it's disrespectful that we keep calling her Miss Connolly.
Are you
Please.
kidding?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
sorry,
It's
Ms. Conley.
disrespected.
I'm the one who insisted that we call everybody by their title.
And her title is
I'm
budget
sorry,
manager. Thank you.
budget analyst, Ms. Conley.
Budget manager.
Budget manager, Ms. Conley. Do you understand that I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you? That has never been my intent. And as I said, I'm the one who insists that we call everybody with the title.
Correct. That's why I keep saying it every time.
And I keep hearing you under your breath correcting me. I'm sorry. And I
So-
hope Budget Director Conley is not insulted, because that was never my intent.
I appreciate the promotion to budget director.
Next year.
Thank you. As far as bonuses are concerned, there's a signing bonus, I believe, for police, maybe, but there's no, when we're talking about Office of Law, there's no bonuses based on work done for city employees. We don't give, the government does not give bonuses.
And that differs from the bonuses that the police have.
I believe that's a retention, I'd have to look back, but I think it's a retention or a signing bonus, one of the two. I'd have to look back.
Okay,
in my
they
notes.
do have signing bonuses too, I believe, in
It's-
police, but every department seemed to have had the option of giving bonuses as they sign contracts bringing new people in. Is that not the case?
No.
Okay.
Certain personnel receive overtime pay depending on your grade level. But for example, I am awarded a certain amount of comp time every year for the overtime that I work. I don't get paid overtime, though.
And you get paid,
I do not get paid overtime.
you get comp time.
A percentage of comp time, yes.
Okay, and you have lots of opportunities to take that comp time. Yeah, I know you don't, that's not a question, that's a statement. Thank you.
So if we don't include the 90,000, it comes to 133,936.
It's 231.
Yeah. That's why I rounded down to 100.
Okay, so that was one recommendation from the full committee, and we're out of time.
Okay, so what we're going to do is, Kaylin, if you, she'll, in your, don't rush, but just capture all the recommendations above and put them at a section at the very end. We need to add to them as needed, and then we need to discuss.
Can I, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to confirm, so I've been corrected, and I just want to put the right information
Who's
on.
watching? Somebody's watching us.
Police receive a signing bonus of $1,000 and a retention bonus of $2,000 through a state grant.
Thank you.
So we'll have a list of recommendations. Feel free to add to it, try to discuss. Text is best. I don't know, whatever. Text is fine. And then some of those recommendations will transfer to an amendment, or we make one amendment of all of our recommendations. I don't know, you know.
Well,
I'm
will
not
we
sure.
vote on the recommendations, or we'll just add them in? Assume that there's a consensus.
So we'd have to vote, yeah, we won't be able to vote on them. So we list the, so what happens after that?
I'm sorry.
I'm asking for,
I believe it's a favorable recommendation to either, we would vote on each of the recommendations and give a favorable recommendation to the council to consider.
I thought the question was whether we,
translate them into
Oh,
amendments,
okay.
or do we do that at a
Sorry.
later date?
Madam Chair, I move we adjourn, because Madeline's saying she's cutting us off.
I have to set up for city council. Second.
Can we have this discussion offline about whether we're
Yeah,
going to vote collectively or
Yeah.
individually on the amendments?
Yeah, it's just logistics. Okay, unless there's anything for the good of order, accept a motion to adjourn. Such a motion has been received. Do I have a second?
Second.